And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, and I'm your host today. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. And what does that mean? Well, it means that I do everything from printer assemblies and upgrades to full printer builds, such as the Trident over here, a couple of Vorons right behind me. Some prototyping, such as the 0G Mercury 1 and the Trad Rack that's sitting up there waiting for a K3 to join it, to standard 3D printing. And today we will be working on trying to complete one of our latest builds, which is a salad fork. If you're unfamiliar with the salad fork, it's one of the printer for ants. You can find more information on that at 3dprinterforants.com or 3D printers, plural, for ants.com. And basically they are smaller versions of printers. So rather than, say, the big Tridents over here, the vast majority of them are more like the V0 size, like the one over here on the side there. So it gives you good sized build volume without a lot of space requirements and overhead. I am noticing that we had a little bit of drop frames today, so we're going to keep an eye on that just out of the corner of our eye. So how's everybody doing this morning? I hope everybody's doing well. Welcome on in. Let me see, who am I seeing online? Rapsnat lurks. Marascuja, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Solar 3DP, welcome on in. Looks like Roga 1, welcome on in. So Marascuja, I would have to say that I have been using the Stealth Press. So for those of you that don't know, Marascuja is from Iconic Fab and is the designer of the Stealth Press. And I have been using this for this particular project, and it's been amazing. It's really helped. I'm looking forward to using this on the litany of builds that we have that are going to be coming on stream here shortly. I'm doing great, Solar. It's a good morning, just like always. We've got our coffee, which is definitely needed today since we stayed up late last night doing some wiring. But it was relaxing last couple of days. I hope everybody enjoyed their Thanksgiving. For those of you that are here in the United States, I know the Canadians, they did it they had their Thanksgiving a couple of weeks ago. But we were off the last 2 days, and it's been fabulous. Fabulous. We didn't go anywhere. We didn't do anything. We stayed around the house. We watched plenty of football. We didn't even do, since it's just me and Mrs. Dragon, there was no sense in doing like a huge turkey and all that stuff. And I told her, I was like, whatever you want, go get it and I'll cook it. And she got steaks. So we had steaks and baked sweet potatoes from the garden, which were amazing. Yeah, and just some vegetables and other sides and stuff. So nice, relaxing end of the week going into the weekend. I did go out some yesterday. I was like, there's no way I'm going out and doing any Black Friday stuff. But I did go out yesterday and did a run to UPS because I needed to ship a couple of things out. So for those of you that have been asking on various streams, not just mine, I did get the shipping information from KB3D for the Bubblegum Dragon. I got that on Wednesday evening and got everything packed. Well, everything was packed. And yesterday, Bubblegum Dragon got dropped off at UPS. So Bubblegum Dragon, our Voron V0.2 build that we did, that Chris sponsored the kit, I built the kit, and then we had a stream a couple of weekends ago where we gave that kit, or not gave that kit, but we identified who the maker was that was going to be receiving that printer, and that was Maker Millwright. That printer is now on its way up to the Great White North of Canada. I also put a second printer in the mail with UPS yesterday as well, going to another individual that some of you may know, but I'm going to hold off on naming that just yet until they get it. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing good. So when we left off last, we had been working on some of the wiring up underneath the printer. Let me move a couple of things around here. And really, I'm just trying to make sure I don't spill the most important thing here, which is the coffee. So I think I just heard Mrs. Dragon popping in with the Dunkin' run, so that might be good. I'm going to drop this other camera over here. Good morning, Free Heathen. How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh yeah, we'll have to figure something out. We'll have to we're definitely going to have to do some type of video call when the printer gets up there, because you are going to have to redo some of the wireless information and stuff to get it on your network, Free Heathen. But that should be an easy thing. So where we left off on this build, you have no idea. Yeah, how'd you sleep last night, by the way? I popped in a couple of times just to check it out, but yeah. So here is where we are today with Orangeberry Creamsicle. Okay, so I'm referring to this as Orangeberry Creamsicle. I didn't want a full orange and white printer, which would have been Orange Creamsicle. We did add the Galaxy Purple here, and with the Galaxy Purple, to me it looks like blueberries. So we have an Orangeberry Creamsicle. Now, we had been working on the toolhead off on the table. I did go ahead and mount this last night because I was trying to figure out the wire routing and stuff to keep things out of the way. You will notice, I'm going to turn this around slightly here. You will notice that we do have a bit of excess wire. Let me see. I'll have to bring you guys in. Give me 1 second. Mrs. Dragon just popped in. Don't need that one. Thank you. So yes, for those of you that, if you know, you know. We got the Dunkin' run. And that Dunkin' run comes with donut holes. These are my after stream snacks. Sometimes during the stream, you never know. Set that right off screen over there. And I'm going to have to bring you guys in for a close-up because, well, there's things in the way. This is kind of what we're looking like for wiring at the moment. So I did do little pigtail extensions here for our, this is the heater wires, and this is 20 gauge FEP cable from Lineo. We did go ahead and use our heat shrink solder joints. All right, cool for heathen. Definitely keep designing, my dude. Now, my preference would be to use ferrules here. I used the smallest size ferrules I could fit on the wire, and I could not get the ferrules to seat and tighten up in here. So I did have to go with bare wires for this power connector right here, because those screw terminals are so incredibly small. I had no choice. Okay. This fan right here coming into the right hand side, which is our fan 2, we'll have to remember this. This is our hot end cooling fan. Then the one in the middle, right underneath the blue heat sink, is our part cooling fan. And then way over here with the white wire is our thermistor. Then our sensor for boop, right? Our optical sensor right here, it mounts to the bottom, comes around, and we've got these 3 wires right here, and they come around and they connect to a DuPont connector. And I did go ahead and I keyed these connectors, or keyed the connector, so that the exposed tabs on the metal part that shows there is facing down away from the rest of the connectors there in the corner. And these 3 are for the boop probe, the OptiTap sensor. These other 2 are for the X endstop. I'm not 100% sure if it'll work there. Every time I've used an EBB 36, it uses, I have a BL touch probe connected here. It's on my Mercury 1s. And this tiny connector that's between the 2 DuPont connectors is where I wind up putting the endstop. But considering that a BL touch is nothing more than a 3-pin servo and a 2-pin endstop, I'm hoping we can just configure this as an endstop and be good. Welcome on in, Shenanigans. Welcome on in. So now we will get this connected again. And the nice thing is if I ever need to take the tool head off, I disconnect this pin, remove the one zip tie that's collecting all of these wires together on the left here, and these 2 stay behind on the rail. Let me set you guys down here for a second and hopefully you don't fall while I get this connected back in here. Okay. I did get my heat sink added on here. Now there, you can see I've done my umbilical cable already. I hand make those. I'll show you how I did that in a minute. We do have 2 pins right above the heat sink, and this is your CAN high and low. There is a jumper right here that's at an angle. This is your 120 ohm resistor. We will need to definitely put a jumper on this once we're going to CANBUS. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Phantom. Good morning, Shenanigans. Welcome on in. Currently, I have the jumper over here because this is what's going to tell it that we've got a, we're pulling 5-volt power through the USB. And we'll need that to install what would normally be CANBUS. I think it's been renamed. So we're going to have to do a little bit of learning today as we start to do everything. Okay, so we brought our umbilical back. We did offset this to the side just a little bit so that it routes down easier and misses this, so there's no binding as we try and bring this from the front to the side. We bring it down here. I did have to cut our sleeving right as we get close here because it won't go through the hole. I do have a couple of zip ties on this side. I need to still get them over here, but I need to print some. So we'll have to print some more orange parts. I'm currently printing out some fluorescent blue parts. You guys would have seen this color in the past on a different printer, but we're printing out some fluorescent blue parts, and these will be accent parts. And the main color is going to be Fusion Filaments ABS 2.0 Red Dwarf. Is a black frame, and that's going to be the micron build. Okay, and that's, so for those of you that are not familiar with the micron, so this is basically a Trident shrunken down. The micron is a 2.4 shrunken down. Okay, so that will be one of the next builds that's going on. And yes, by the way, for those of you that have been following along, today should have been 2.4 Saturday, building Chewy's build. I still haven't received the parts that I need from Chewy, which includes the deck panel. And if I continue on doing that build right now, I'm going to have to do a lot of unbuilding off stream when the deck panel gets here. Because when that deck panel goes in, then I put the motors on, and I lose access to easily removing that deck panel. Well, I don't have the deck panel, so if I put the motors on, then I have to take the motors off to put the deck panel on. And pretty soon what we're going to be doing is building the gantry, and then you hang the gantry from the Z-belts. Which means once you do Z-belts, you know, now it's just more and more stuff that you have to mess with. And I'm trying to hold off till I get that set of parts from Chewy. So we may be doing some rearranging of projects until we get that in. So everything up here on the tool head has been wired up. The tool head's been mounted. Boop is working. There's very, very little travel on Boop, by the way. Very, very little travel, but I'm happy with the travel I do have. There's still one other piece that we need to do on this, and let's go ahead and do that before we flip this over and continue on our merry way of doing our wiring, and that is releasing the magnets. So when you build a tap, your magnets that sit in your tap or your boop, you put those all the way in and you screw them down. Then when you put your front piece on, the front piece, which is orange over here, it's got either another set of magnets or it's got screws that are magnets. So you got to make sure you don't use stainless steel screws that aren't ferrous. And then what you have to do is release these screws, and you should hear these magnet slides go forward. You probably won't hear because of the noise canceling, but you loosen up the screw. That magnet just will go forward just like it just did and pop up against that screw. Now this is in the appropriate position and final position, and you'll lock this set screw back. And you do that on each side. Whoops. And then you'll notice when I go to activate this, Takes slightly a little bit more, but we've got almost no play in this front to back anymore. I'm curious to see how Boop works as far as its sensitivity and accuracy and everything. Isn't it? Yep. So we're going to lay this on its back. And we'll take a look at the electronics underneath. And I'm going to sit down just because it's going to make it easier for me to get closer to the action in the wiring here. And maybe I'll bring you guys in on the other camera. I'll get you all closer here as well. Okay, so we've got our, whoops, this way. We've got our board here. We've got a CB1 module, and the CB1 module, this particular version has 32 gigabytes of eMMC. Oh, we got an ad break starting. So let me hold off in case we got some people here that don't have a subscription yet. So there's a couple of things that we're still working on and waiting on. We've got a couple of motor wires here that are just sort of dangling, hanging around. These are our A and B motors. They're not long enough to make it up to the top. Oops, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can't figure out what I want to do here. There we go. Let's do it that way. So our A and B motor wires, they're just not long enough to make it up here to the top. So, whoa. Well, thank you, KB3D Chris, for the 5 gifted Tier 1 subs. Let's see who got those today. We've got Otter's Danger Den, Totally Bryce, Rodney Mack, TM Lampwork. That's a new one I haven't heard before. And Papa Bear AZ. Well, thank you. Welcome on in to all the new subscribers. Please, if you can, go ahead and give Chris a thank you if you're in here this morning. So the wires that come with these motors for the A and B are very short. I don't know why they're this short, especially since they are they're direct wires. It's like on our Z motors here, we've got the connector at the motor, but the AB motors are direct wires. So I'm surprised that these wires are as short as they are. But I do have some extension. I've got some 4-wire FEP extension cables coming. Hey, good morning, Creatix Brit. How are you today? You did miss it. And good morning, Pez Liz. So I am drinking my my Black Rifle coffee here. This is Beyond Black by the Black Rifle Company. And Mrs. Dragon did also just arrive with a Dunkin' Run. So we've got plenty of caffeine for the day, which is good since I was up till about 2:30 doing some wiring. And yes, trust me, I triple, quadruple checked polarity on everything. And you will also notice that I've got cables here. This is my CANBUS cables. It's still not connected. We will terminate that on stream. So I do have some 4-wire FEP extension cable coming for these, and we'll have to do some cutting and crimping to make these the proper length, because I think they were like 1 meter long or something like that. Kind of crazy. Oh, and thank you, mods, for doing the shout outs. I appreciate that. Welcome on in, Mod Light. Welcome on in, sir. Yes, I hope everybody's doing well this weekend. It has been a great weekend, nice relaxing couple of days. So I have been on some streams just lurking, but it's been kind of quiet from my end. So your husband is grabbing donuts while the kiddos and I listen into the fork build. Awesome. Awesome. So yeah, we're just going over some of the last wiring that we've got. So we've got, I think, everything wired up that's going to come directly to the tool board, except for adding our CANBUS wire over here. And I'll show you where we're at there, and our 2 motor wires. We do have the connector for our display, the V0 display. We will have to go through and do some configuration on the V0 display. Let me think, is there anything else? I don't believe so. I believe that's pretty much it. So, CANBUS wiring. On a CANBUS, you have 4 wires. Okay, and let me jump over to the browser window. And on our CANBUS, we've got ground. So it's this 4-wire here at the top. We've got ground, power, and that's 24 volt, and then CAN low and CAN high. So when I did this, I took a second EBB 36 because we already had one, mounted, and it's easier to look at the pinouts on the rear. And let me show you what I mean. Because the display, you can tell that there's 4 wires there, but it's hard to tell, okay, is it power, ground? So is it power in the back, ground at the back top, and then CAN high, CAN low? Or is it, how does that work? So the easiest thing to do is flip your board around and look at the traces. So if you look right above where my finger is, you have an H and an L on these pins. And then at the top, you have a plus and a minus. So if you kind of look at these top 4 here make up the black connector pins. And then these 2 down here would be if you want to extend CANBUS off of this board. Okay? So by having this extra board here, I was able to look and say, okay, these top 2 pins are the power. The bottom 2 will be my CANBUS. Okay, the bottom 2 solder joints are my CANBUS. When you flip the board back over again and you look at the way things are wired, or the way the pins go, right above the heatsink, you'll see a pair of pins that are sticking straight up. Those are your CAN high and low if you're going to extend them off the board. Then the next 2 pins that you can see, and those are the ones that come up at the 90-degree angle there and go into the connector, are the other pair of CAN high and low pins. So that means the front 2 pins that are extending off the board are your CAN pins, and the ones at the back here that are touching the board are going to be your power pins. So then it's a matter of making sure and double, triple checking, so it would be positive in the back, negative in the back, CAN high in the front, CAN low in the front. So what I did was I've got 20 gauge FEP, red and black. So red's power, black is ground. And then 24 gauge, and I made these really long for a reason, because I have no problem cutting cable. But I used 24 gauge FEP wire, green and yellow. And you need to twist these wires. I think it's 1 or 2 per inch minimum, but you twist these wires to reduce electromagnetic interference on the CANBUS. You've got to twist these wires, okay? Yeah, food dehydrators are really, really good. Sorry, I'm going to jump back into chat. Food dehydrators are really, really good for doing your filament drying, as well as your recharging your desiccant. You do not want to do those in things that you use to actively cook in, though. Especially if you start trying to dry things like ABS and stuff like that. Just keep them separated. So thanks for your CAD this morning. I was in a battle for the laundry room. Shenanigans, you were online earlier today doing some more CAD work? So the AMS for drying, the AMS doesn't have a heating element, does it? It just has the desiccant trays? Yeah, the AMS isn't an active heater dryer. It just has the desiccant. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm just saying, as a general rule, if you're going to use a dehydrator or like a food dehydrator or a toaster oven or anything like that, keep them separate. Like these are for 3D printing stuff, or I've seen people convert toaster ovens into reflow ovens for soldering. Keep it different from the stuff that you actually use to cook in. So going back to your CAN cable, you can make these. They're not hard. They're 4 wires. It's really great. I've made them for both of my 0G Mercury ones. You just have to twist these cables. And I'll kind of show you how I did this in a little bit. But as you can see, I've got plenty of length here. Because I never know exactly how much length is going to be taken up when I twist them, I always make sure and go long. And then that way I can either just have a service loop, or I take it up there, I'll cut it and recrimp it and have another short lead that I can use for something else. But because this side has the, let me drop this down. Our CANBUS cables are coming in right here by the Z motor. Our positive and ground wire are going to come directly over and go into our power supply, right? So we're going to cut these short and we'll plug these into our power supply. Our CANBUS cables, we're going to feed underneath the power supply with the rest of our cables, and it's going to connect into our board right here. Now, one thing that I do, you can pick any 2 colors, and I do suggest picking 2 colors. Do not use 2 of the same colors unless you want to pin out, or like continuity check and pin out your cable that way. If you use two different colors, it's real easy. CAN high on one end goes to CAN low on the other. CAN low on the one end goes to CAN high on the other. So by using two different colors, and I used yellow and green, yellow for me represents the sun, which is high. Green represents the ground, which is low. And I did these as high and low on the EBB 36 side. So going into the board here, my yellow needs to be pinned out to go to CAN low, and my green needs to be pinned out to go to CAN high. So looking at our EBB, or at our Manta board, and the way these connectors go in, provided I did it right, it's going to go in like this, where yes, my green is going into high, and my yellow is going to go into low. So once again, real easy to do these. We are going to leave these undone for now. We are not going to connect them because we need to flash the board on the EBB 36 via a USB, and we do not want the CAN cables connected when we do that. Okay, so we flash it with what used to be CAN boot. I don't know. I'm hearing that it may have been renamed, but you flash it with CAN boot, and what that will then allow you to do is flash the EBB 36 from that point on with Klipper via the CANBUS, via these wires. If you don't put CAN boot on it, then you can only flash it by going into manual DFU mode and using the and having to connect in a USB cable, and it's just more of a pain in the butt. So we do not want to connect these until we start doing some of the software config. Well, I try and keep things fun and lighthearted, but there's some times where it's just easier not to have fun. I will tell you that last night, sitting here wiring things up, I did have thoughts of, am I wiring this right? Am I wiring this right? I looked at it 30, 40 times, and I am 100% sure that I've got my positive and negative wires connected. I just need to make sure that I connect them over here to the 24 volt DC side. And that's the nice thing about not having a UTC and multiple Wagos. There's no possible chance of me plugging the UTC or the CANBUS board directly into 120 volt power, because that leads to sparky sparks. I'm trying to think here. So we need to start off. So wiring wise, we're kind of done at the moment. We can't do much more until we have some software configured. And because of that, once again, you don't plug in your CANBUS wires until after you've got your EBB 36 board flashed. And we can't do that. And I'm going to come back out to the big view here. So we can't flash the board on our tool head until we have our CB1 flashed. And so we'll start off by flashing OS to our CB1, and then we will flash the MCU. Then we'll flash CANBUS or CAN boot on the CB1, and then Klipper on the CB1 via the CANBUS after we stop and do a little bit of wiring. And hopefully by that point, Amazon would have showed up and we can actually do our AB wires. If not, we'll continue to go ahead and work on just printer config stuff to get this ready to go. So once we get the wiring, we'll be able to get first movement. Yeah, fires are no fun. I've already let the magic smoke out once. So that's why I say wiring late at night is bad. Now the last 2 days have just been chill. So I had no problem doing some wiring last night. Now I am going to have to set this up on its side because I need to actually apply power, of course. So I'm going to rotate this. We'll apply the power. And I may let out a couple of these. So it's really weird. We've been told, or I was told, to load two M3 nuts back here in the front of this. And I did. And I have yet to use it for anything. The only thing I can think of is that maybe at some point one of the umbilical mount points here attached to both the top and the front. But I still have two nuts in here that haven't been used on anything. And if I need to, I'll take them out because we're going to put this on its side and we're probably going to dump it over. And we'll dump these out of the rail. So we'll probably remove those now before they become a pain in my butt. And if for whatever reason I do have to put them back in, I know I can sneak them back in there. Not easily, but I know I can sneak them back in there. And that was exactly what I was trying not to have happen. So there's one. Where'd the other one go? There we go. So we've got those out of the way. So when we start flipping this around, we won't have any issues. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need access to the bottom, and that's why I wanted to take that off. Just trying to think through some things. I think we're ready to go, and I'm going to lay this down on this side so you guys can still see the bottom of the board as we go through and do things. I guess I do have one other connection I need to make, and that's the 24 volt from the power supply to my Wagos, so I can actually apply power there. So let's actually put it up on its top to make it easier for me to do that wiring. And we'll just need to, that is the 124 volt that we'll need to run, is 24 volt from the power supply over to our Wagos over here so that we can get power. So let me, we're going to need barrels and ring terminals. And we're going to need some 18 gauge wire. So for those of you that build 3D printers, so like Chris, and a few others, do you run into that where you're like, oh, I'm going to hold off of this for this reason or that reason, and then wind up having to go, oh crap, I forgot about that. Let me go and add this. I'm looking here and I do not have any 18 gauge red and black wiring. The only 18 gauge I have left, because that's 24, 24, 22, 20. So we're going to have to go with white and blue to do this wiring. Once again, I always equate white to hot, and I know that I think the standard is it blue and yellow or no? What's the international wiring standard? Is it blue and yellow? Should probably learn that at some point. Yeah, there's always something. At some point, I'm going to start. I have started writing down punch lists on some things, but I'm going to have to like get a, get a whiteboard in here just to start tracking like all of my alibis for the various builds, especially if I'm starting to do multiple builds at the same time. Okay. And by the way, Chris, I did a couple of orders yesterday. So it saves you some time and energy if you can combine them when you ship them. That'll just make life easier for you, I think, rather than shipping out like 5 or 6 orders to me. So we're going to have forks on one side, and we're going to do bare wires, but we're going to do ferrules on the other. Have a couple of ferrules. An Ender 3 Pro. I don't think there's really a big difference between an Ender 3 and Ender 3 Pro. Mando prints are fun. They really are. I think maybe it's the screen. I know it's got a 4040 instead of a 2040 for the Z rail or the Y rail. I don't think there's much more than that. Hey, welcome on in, Timor. Welcome on in. We are doing a last minute wiring piece. So this is kind of me waiting till the last moment to do the actual power from the power supply to the boards to make sure that I have everything wired up and I'm not going to apply power in the wrong place. It just gives me a chance of validating my wiring some before I apply power and do bad things. I swear, it's almost like you let the magic smoke out once and you get worried that you're going to do it again. Though I will say, at least I didn't let the magic smoke out on stream. Though somebody would have helped catch me and been like, hey, wait. Yeah, so I will be starting the rook parts probably later today. I just have not started them yet. They are all sliced. I just need to actually get the blue loaded up on the printer behind me and get them started. The I have started printing the parts for the Micron build, and let's take a second to kind of go through the build list that I actually had to start making a list. So we've got the salad fork printer that we're working on right now, which we've dubbed Orangeberry Creamsicle. We've got Chewy's 2.4 build that we're working on, that we're kind of in a holding pattern waiting on those panels. Because without them, I'm kind of stuck. Because I don't want to do a lot of build, unbuild. We've got a Micron Plus kit from FormBot. It was an AliExpress find. And that actually comes with pretty much everything in it, to include the the motherboard, the CB1, the whole 9 yards. And then we've got a Voron Trident that just arrived yesterday. That is a 350 kit from DFH that pretty much included everything as well, with a few extras. I believe it actually had a 6-cart ERCFA with it, which will be nice. Then we've got a Annex Engineering K3. We've got the Baby Blue rebuild. That is the my V01 that's going to get rebuilt into a 02. And then we'll eventually have the black box. Yeah, so if you need larger print size without larger print size, and you do not have a requirement for an enclosure for engineering or like ABS, stuff like that, I would suggest maybe like an Ender 3 Max. If you can find one on eBay, it's basically just a larger size Ender 3. Come on, get in there. Yeah, it's a larger size Ender 3. And if you're familiar with an Ender 3, you're going to have no problems dealing with the Ender 3 Max. So, but that is a much larger build plate. I believe it's 300 by 300. I can't remember what the Z is on it. So that's definitely a larger way to go. Okay, so we've got our cable made with ferrule on one side and fork connector on the other. It's just a matter of putting them in the right place. So once again, blue to me is cold, so that's going to be the neutral side or the negative side. Then I always think of white hot, which would be the positive side. Once again, white hot, white's going to go to the red, and blue is cold, blue is going to go to the black side, or my ground side. So we've got that set up and configured. I'm going to go ahead and keep this out since I will need it a little bit later. Put the wires down out of the way. Yep, understand that. Okay, so we've got our power run to our main board. And I'm going to double check my positive and grounds. I don't like that I was able to just wiggle that wire a bit, so let me... Now, we don't have anything coming off of our wires for our hot end because all of our hot ends up on the tooling up there. We do have a Y end stop here. The X end stops on the front or on the tool board at the top. So I think we are good to go. We still don't have our side fans in. That'll be an easy add later once we start getting ready to fully close everything up. Once again, having access to the back side and the side here makes working in here just a tad bit easier. We do need to run a power cable over to the side. Of course, it's a tiny bit short. Let's see if I can bring it underneath and get a little bit more length to it. There we go. Okay, power's in. So we're going to start with our needing to install our CB1. Would it hurt for the positive and negative wire to be furled? No. Always ferrule your positive, or actually any of your wires. So any of your wires going into your connectors here, yeah, so your wires coming into your screw down terminals should preferably always be ferruled. Your Wago connectors, it specifically states in their data sheets that the wires can be ferruled or can be bare. And these will work on the stranded wire, which you should be using stranded wire for your 3D printers, or it will work on single strand like solid wire. But yeah, you should be using stranded because it'll work with bends and stuff easier without breaking. So what I need to do is bring up the manual. We'll come back to the pinouts when we start working on our printer config. But we're going to need to bring up our manual. Of course, it might be easier just to download the manual. Or not. Oh, there we go. This took a while. There we go. Now, what we're going to need to do, talk about doing all of our wiring and stuff. But we want to come down here to our CM4 eMMC version because that's what we've got. So I'm just going to click on that and hopefully it'll take me right there. Boom. The eMMC version will not run the system from the micro SD cards. That's good to know. And we have an ad break in progress. Yes, definitely put ferrules on all of the connectors that you can. Now remember, on my EBB36 board, on the screw down terminals for the hot end, I was not able to put ferrules on there because the ferrules physically will not fit. Well, let me rephrase that. I can get the ferrule in there, but it will not let me cinch up the actual wire clamps. They just literally don't cinch up because they're at their extreme limits to be able to get the ferrule in there. So that's why I had to go with bare wire. Which I prefer not to do, but that was my only option. So all of your bed wiring underneath, if you're doing Wagos, once again, the Wagos are rated for bare wire, or you can put ferrules in. It's up to you when you're putting them in Wagos. But if you're doing the screw down terminals here on your board, put ferrules on them. All right, looks like our ad break is over. So we're looking over here at our directions, and it says to install RPi boot for Windows, or for Mac and Linux, there's a different version. Turn dip switch 4 OSB OTG 3 RPi boot to on to enter boot mode. Well, that's good. We'll have to find those. And most likely, just because it's going to be more of a pain for me to get over here than it is to my Mac, we'll connect it up to the Mac to do this flashing piece. Just because my Mac is closer and I don't have to climb under the desk and constantly walk around things. But it looks like we do need to work on a couple of dip switches. So we're going to look for dip switch 4, the USB OTG, and 3, the RPi boot to on to enter boot mode. Okay, and where is that? I don't know. We're going to throw some light on here and look. So it's going to be hard for you all to see, but I'll have to bring you guys down a little bit closer. But it's it's this, whoops, it's the dip switch that's right between the CB1 cover and the USB. So it's this set of dip switches that's kind of right there, right here. So I'll need to set 3 and 4 to on, which ought to be fun and interesting on how to get that set up. 3 and 4 go to on. Let me go back to the pinout. See if it shows it on the pinout. Not really. Well, that's awesome. So I'm gonna need to flip this up just so I can actually see it easier. Once again, small pens, bad eyes. Surgery is coming up in a couple days, so it's got a protective film that we're going to have to remove. So that we can get to the dip switches. Somebody remind me to give Big Tree Tech some hell about putting little plastic film on top of things that get obscured. Okay, so we need to move 3 and 4. And I don't know which is 3 and 4, so we're going to bring out our old man eyes, aka Hecka Zoom on our phone. So we start with 1 closer to the USB pins and 4 is closer to the CB1 heatsink. And they are all in the off position right now. So I need to move 2 of them over to the on position. And let me bring the higher resolution camera over. And I'll show you what I mean. So there's our tiny little dip switches between the CB1 and the USB. And of course it had the little plastic film over the top of it, kind of like this stuff. So you had to get that off to be able to move the dip switches. And we need the 2 closer to the CB1 module flipped this direction towards my finger. So that's the on position. So we've got both of those pulled over and set. So this should be bootable now. so that we can now boot that into our OS. Well, thank you, Britt. I try. I mean, to me, this wiring job can still be done a little bit better, but I can live with it. So I'm going to flip this back over so you guys see what's going on. I'm going to grab the extra wires over there and pull them out from underneath. So we're plugged in. We've got our dip switch set. We need to download some software. GitHub.com, Raspberry Pi, USB boot. All right, so come over here. GitHub.com/Raspberry Pi. USB boot. And of course, there's like a whole set of instructions. It'd be great if they had a package, which they don't think they do. Would they? Mac OS on the US boot repository. Good morning, Subsector. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing well. Hope you are doing well. So we've got everything set up here. Well, almost everything. We have everything set and ready to go for software installation. So we just recently added our power from our power supply up to the Wagos that are feeding our board. What we don't have installed yet power-wise would be for our CANBUS. And that's because we need to, so that kind of the order of the operations. We're going to install the OS on our CB1 module, which is using 32 gig of eMMC memory. Then we'll flash our board. Then we'll need to flash the EBB36 board on our toolhead with CANBUS or whatever it's now called. And then we'll finish the wiring up so that we'll be running over CAN, and we'll do the final flash of the toolhead via CAN. You just realize your IDEX has auto bed level. Oofda. That sucks. Well, I mean, sometimes that works better too, shenanigans. It just depends on what type of printer printer you have. So did anybody get any good Black Friday deals? I know I picked up a few things from KB3D. We're chatting while I'm downloading software, by the way. What did I get from KB3D? I went and got some 3DO cameras. They're the printer cameras, not the nozzle cameras, but the oh yeah, he had resin for 50% off. I kept looking at the resin, and then I'm like, I know I've got like 4 bottles here at the house. I still need to dig through, so I'm gonna have to do some resin printing soon. Oh, that's nice shenanigans. So I got some of the 3DO cameras. I got 2 of them for a couple of my machines, and the cables that'll go with them. And then I'm trying to think, what all did I get, Chris? I can't remember. I'm asking Chris like he's got like boom right there. Which the sad part now is I just hit K on my keyboard and it like pops up the KB3D page. Pretty sad. Okay, we got the 3DO cameras and the USB cables for them. Oh, that's what it was. I got the I picked up the 3 of the Revo and 1 of the M6 threaded toolhead cooling block set for the black box. So I figured I might as well start buying that. And if he had it where I could get it for an extra 10% off at Black Friday, why not? Right? The 3DO stuff was on sale. I think that was 15 or 20% off. And then I went back and got some Lineo wiring, some more of the FEP wire. So I got, I believe, 18. I already had 20 gauge here, so I got some 18 and some 24 gauge wire, and some more of my Mobilux syringes. Oh yeah, no kidding. Yeah, so I did that, and I tried to stay off of everything else. I tried my hardest not to go and grab anything else from anywhere else, just because I know me. That and I can always give in to Cyber Monday. All right, looks like software is downloaded, so I need to, or I guess I could have just cloned it. That would have made sense. Like maybe just copy the whole thing, go into a terminal window, Control V, and let it run through everything. That would have been the easier way, huh? Rather than, hey, let's download the package and then do this, do that. So basically what we're doing, once again, because I'm doing this on my Mac versus the Windows box, but I could, oh, this is awesome. This Linux, Cygwin, or WSL, which is Windows scripting, or Windows, is it scripted Linux? Or basically, but I'm following these directions here, and it says clone the repository, install libusb, install package config, export your package path. And then I'm like, oh, wait, here's all of this thing, or all the steps. So let's just copy it, paste it, and go. That's what I'm working on right now, is getting that going over on the Mac. Once that's done on the Mac, then we'll be able to jump back over. The build should work. I'm using an Intel-based Mac, so I shouldn't have an issue with an ARM-based Mac. It's just whether or not this becomes an issue with the package config path. But right now it's doing the clone. So yeah, I've definitely, I was trying to be semi-good. Because we've had a few, I mean, Mrs. Dragon's been traveling a lot, but we have had a few, like we weren't planning on the last trip up to Maryland and stuff like that. So but yeah, it was definitely a fun day going and seeing all the different sales that were going on and stuff. And like I said, we do have 1, 2, 3, 4. Choose builds 5. This one in the black box. So when we're done with this one, we still have 6 builds in the pipeline, so we'll be good through the winter. And I wanted to try and get the wiring done on this as well, because I do have surgery on Wednesday. So Tuesday I'll take Miss Dragon to the airport, and then Wednesday I'll have eye surgery on, I believe, the right eye. So Thursday's stream will most likely just be a chat and chill. So we may do some printing. It all depends on how my eyes are feeling. You picked up your Big Tree Tech can stuff. Nice, Timor. Um, So um, D4, I do not know. I didn't really pay attention to the box that much. So I got mine secondhand. So Scott with Edge of 3D had the kit. He was not going to build it on his channel, and there were people that were asking on my channel about it, and Scott offered to send it to me. And that was before he went to China on his Creality tour with Sam Prentice. So he actually, sorry, 1 second. We had an error of some sort. Install. Okay. Give me a moment here, folks. Looks like we had a couple of errors over here. Yeah, so I didn't get it directly. Shenanigans, did you have something weird as a return address on yours? I think that might be the issue. You also bought an ERCFA. Well, Timor, we're going to build an ERCFA. The Trident kit that I got from DFH, I believe does. We'll take a look at that in a minute. I believe that does have a 6-cart ERCFA in it. Give me 1 second here. I think I need to. Sorry, the joys of trying to install software. Hey, good morning, Daddy Wazzy. How you doing? Yeah, that's weird, D4. Yeah, I'm not even sure. Let me check real fast. I might have the box in here. If it's readily accessible, then I'll check. And I'm going to say it's not going to be accessible because there's a bunch of Creality excess parts thrown all over the top of it. So I'm sending my stuff to you. What do you mean shenanigans? You're having issues with the Ender XY build? I I really do feel like there is some promise to that kit, but at the same time, I'm going to say there's promise in that kit, but I think there's also some issues with the positioning of the lead screws and the Z linear rails. Yeah, had to watch the VODs. There's a few things where the instructions could be a little bit better, to say the least. So I'm having to update Homebrew or reinstall Homebrew on my Mac because there's commands here that say, brew install libusb, and it's throwing an error saying brew's not found. So I'm having to reinstall Homebrew on the Mac. So and I would not be having to do this if I was just doing the SD card, but because this has the eMMC memory on it, we got to do it a little bit differently. But it should be a little bit faster as well than running it through the SD card. And of course, you know me, you can't do anything simple. So I wonder. The DFH, I'm not sure if he still has that. Deal showing up here. Apparently not. Ay, ay, ay. Trying to think where to go to find that deal that I did. So it was an like an upgrading type thing. One of his little special packages. Of course not. Ay, ay, ay. Fine. I'll have to figure out a way of finding that to show you guys, but it is a pretty comprehensive package. Okay, so the homebrew finish, I'm just going through and finishing the install of the Raspberry Pi stuff. Make and then sudo/rpi boot. Okay, so hey, Cedar Craft, how's it going, my friend? You went solo and got your own truck on Monday. Awesome. Now it's a company truck, right? It's not one that you own. But you got your own assigned company truck. Did you send me something else, Solar 3DP? Because I got the one thing that you sent me via Discord, and I'm just trying to get it to print. Did you resize that down? Because it doesn't fit on my standard 300 size Vorons. So I was going to do it on the Ender 5 Plus, and I have a feeling it's just I've got, it's a spool of Polymaker Draft PLA that's been sitting on that printer for 3 or 4 weeks, and it's just not sticking to the bed well enough. So I'm thinking about pulling it out and putting like standard Polymaker in and then drying the draft stuff. So I think I have this ready to go over here. And basically it says plug the Type-C into the USB port of the computer. In order to avoid problems caused by the insufficient USB power supply of the computer, it's recommended to use an external 24-volt power supply to power the motherboard. So we're gonna basically power this up, and with these dip switches in place, it will turn this into, it'll make this act as a USB drive, right? Similar to an SD card. And we need to plug into our USB-C cable here. Now, the USB-C cable that they provide is extremely short. And I say extremely short because it is it'd be great if this is sitting right next to your computer. So what I do is I always have one of these handy. This is a USB extension cable, and it's pretty long. So I will use this when we start to install the toolhead firmware as well, because once again, you need a USB that goes all the way up to the toolhead. And I got this when I started doing the CANBUS installs on the SB2209s on the Trident and things like that. This is going to plug into our USB-C down here into the motherboard. And then the other side will come over and go into our MacBook, my MacBook. Try and keep that out of the way so I don't break my neck. And of course, it's not going to recognize this without power. So we are going to have to power this on. In fact, I'm going to unplug this from my MacBook, since this is really the first power on. And we'll bring you guys up close and personal in case we get any purple smoke. And I'm going to stand off to the side as I flip the switch for the first time. Okay? I get resize if I want. Forgot people don't have my size. Oh no, that's fine. I mean, I can put it on the Ender 5. That's no problem. It's just I'm having bed adhesion issues. So on 3, 2, 1, first power on. We get lights. We get no weird smoky smoke, which is good. So yay. We're going to go ahead and plug in our USB-C cable. That's installed. And we're going to run that RPi boot over on the Mac, which is going to ask me for a sudo password. Yep. It says it's waiting, so I have a feeling that we may have to restart this. It hasn't picked up the drive yet. No big deal. Hey, Subsector, thank you for the resubscribe. And we are waiting, and we are waiting. So it should be showing up as a mass storage device. I am not seeing it show up as a mass storage device, though. We have power cycled this, which in essence rebooted it. We just plugged and unplugged. Still not showing up as a mass storage device. For giggles, yep, it is not showing up in the Raspberry Pi imaging software. but I'm not getting any error. I'm just getting a waiting for. So it's just kind of hanging out and chilling out. Can we say how much of an idiot I am? I'm looking at the CM4 eMMC version. How about we come down to the CB1 usage? That might help. GitHub CB1. Yeah, epic fail. Well, I haven't even got to load the firmware yet. We're like major epic fail. CB1 eMMC version, yes. Can also use the SD card as an OS image source, and the priority of the SD card is higher in the eMMC. So when using eMMC, you know, the OS. macOS is not supported. So everything I just did was a waste of time. Amazing. Now we're going to have to come over here and we will have to plug into our Windows box over there. So helps if we follow the right set of instructions, right? So apparently we haven't had enough coffee yet. Download the utility Sun XIFL to your computer. macOS is not supported. And download the CB1 driver for Windows. Okay, push the dip switch for So we got the dip switches moved over right, so that's good. We also need to set the switch to OTG mode. Okay. Okay, so I think we have this configured right on the board there. Or at least the board's configured right to run. USB driver for Windows. All right, so I'm going to go and plug in the cable. See if I can get in here without unplugging anything else on the way. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Hey, unknown device is set up and ready to go. Really? Doesn't appear to be yet. Okay. Hold off on uploading that driver just for a short bit here because I don't want to install anything that's not absolutely necessary to install. If I have to, then I will. If I don't, then I won't. So we want to run PowerShell. Which is basically our Windows editor. And for now, I'm going to switch us over to full screen mode. You can kind of follow along and see what I'm doing here. We're going to need to run a command, which means we'll need to be in the location where we have installed that application. Okay. Now I got to figure out what the name of that thing is. Okay, there we go. That's what we're going to need. So then we're going to run this command, check the version. Takes an error that the all-winner USB device is not found. So it looks like we are going to have to install this Zadig will run Zadig. We'll enable the options, list all devices. We know it's not that. It's probably going to be the unknown device number 1. The USB ID is correct. So install the driver. All right, cool, Mod Light. Yeah, I haven't used it before, and I just get leery about installing stuff that I've never used before. So, while you see me download it and then definitely run a scan against it. Yeah, I just didn't know if I needed the USB driver or not, and as soon as I got the error, it's like, yep, I need to run the USB driver. So we'll get this installed. Driver was installed successfully. Doesn't mention anything about needing to do a reboot. We've opened PowerShell. Let's rerun our command in PowerShell. And we now see a sock. So that's good. And it means our eMMC is ready. Yay. Now we need to run a command. And this is going to install the bootloader, basically. Yeah, it worked. So now we're going to install the bootloader, which will then make this show up as a mass storage device. And it comes up saying, hey, you need to format the disk. No, we're not. We're not. H is not accessible if you say so. But I now have a new drive showing up as a USB drive H here. So I do have a new drive showing up. Says, do you want to scan for threats? No, I'm not going to scan for threats at the moment. When the U-boot is written, the computer will recognize the USB flash disk, and then you can use Balana Etcher or Raspberry Pi Imager to write the OS image to the eMMC, just like we normally would. So we're going to come back to our CB1. Let's go ahead and we will grab the latest OS image. 233. And you can do a Klipper or a minimal. I always do the minimal. I don't like doing the Klipper version. I would much rather run Klipper or install Klipper via Kaya. It keeps everything minimal, and I don't know what else they have done to Klipper, and I would prefer to have vanilla Klipper versus some type of bastardized version. So that's downloading slowly, but it's downloading. You don't need that one open. You don't need this one open. It does talk about how to, after writing the SD image, we need to go in and update a few things so that it'll work for our settings. We'll have to do a few changes. Pretty fun watching software download, huh? Won't need power showing more, so we'll close that out. I believe I've got the Raspberry Pi Imager on here already. If not, we'll go ahead. Yep, we got that installed. Pop that up and see if it's got an update. Hasn't complained about one yet, so we'll be good to go there. Just for giggles, we want to make sure that we can get to the H drive mounted as H. This is our CB1 eMMC. So that would be the disk that we're going to select. We are going to need to choose an OS. We are downloading version 233. I don't think I have a version installed over here already. Let me just double check. And I am not seeing where I have a version downloaded, so that stuff for the RAD's a 0, but not for the CB1. So we'll need to download this. And I'll say this is the fun part of, you know, doing a new version like this has the eMMC, which is the first time I've used the eMMC module, but having run on the La Potato, was it Libra Elect La Potato, I ran it initially from an SD card, and it ran fairly quickly. But then I went and bought the eMMC module and loaded the OS on that, was running it from that, and it's a lot faster. So I was like, well, let me just try the eMMC version of a CB1 to see what it's like. Now there is a version 2 of the CB1 coming out, so that may be interesting to try down the road as well. Now, meanwhile, I'm going to check my email real fast to see if I have a link to the DFH page so that I can show you guys what's in that kit. And that's going to be a big no. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? You've been working 7 days. It's been hard. Yep. Don't be mad at me, but I did drop them packages off. Okay, that's good. I'll send you the tracking later today. Sounds good, Chewy. That would be why we're not working on the 2.4 build right now, is because I really need that deck panel before I keep going too much further. So no, I got the eMMC from Libra Elect, so it's up and working just fine, Monlight. Yeah, I get it, Chewy. Sounds good, Chewy. Yeah, and I made a mail run yesterday as well. I went out and mailed the package up to the Free Heathen. So I got that in the mail. Chris got me shipping information late Wednesday night, so couldn't do anything Thursday. So I went out yesterday and dropped that off at UPS and put some other stuff in the mail. So I know how it goes. So right now what we're doing is we're watching paint dry, and the fact that we're waiting for the latest version of the CB1 minimal OS image to download. And then we'll get it on our CB1. So you haven't been around for a couple of streams, so we'll jump back over here. So we've got everything wired down here except for our A and B motors because they're just, can't get them there. I've got some extension cables coming in the mail today from Amazon. And once they get here, I'll have to, of course, cut, trim and cut and recrimp the leads, because you can find extensions, but they're like, 3-foot long extensions for whatever reason. You can't find like, hey, I need 6-inch extensions. You just can't find them pre-made, or at least I haven't been able to in a timely manner to get here. So I'm getting long ones. I'll cut them and re-terminate them. So our A and B motors need to run back here, and then we'll be good. Our order of operation is we need to install the OS on our CB1 module, but this is a CB1 module with a 32 gig eMMC on it. So when you follow the right directions, then you actually load the software that you need to see this versus a CM4. So we're downloading the OS on my Windows computer because the eMMC software only works for Linux and Windows. It doesn't work on Mac OS, so, which is where I have the CB1 software sitting right now. So we're downloading it again. It's almost done. We'll get this flashed. We'll get this configured. Once we have this configured, we'll flash the firmware for the Manta M5P board to include CANBUS, because we do have CANBUS. We're going to run CANBUS directly off this board. And then once we get this installed, we'll need to do the flashing of the EBB36 at the toolhead board. And we'll do CANBUS first. Then when we're done with CANBUS, then we'll finish terminating our CANBUS wires, which are just sitting over here. So there's red and black that we're going to terminate. We'll trim and terminate to our power supply. And then the actual CANBUS, which I have terminated. And I'll go ahead and just plug this in with some, we'll just call it a maintenance loop in it. Then maybe I'll trim that down later on. And then we'll go ahead and get the printer configured and moving. We'll worry about doing the display a little bit later. It's wired in via the USB, but you do have to basically mount this or do this as another MCU, right? So we'll have to go and get the instructions and do that as well. And apparently the DFH sale might be done with for that item. I can't seem to find it, but I don't know if I kept the actual email that listed the sale. Yeah, so I don't seem to have the email with the link to the actual sale. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't pull it up. I wish I could and tell you what all was in it. Hey, Pete, welcome on in. You went to make your bed and fell asleep instead. Well, I get that, Liz. I get that. It happens. It's Saturday morning. All right, nice, Chewy. You got some Pi 02Ws. Nice. I've got, well, I had 6. Now I'm down to 2 Pi 0Ws. I haven't seen the 02Ws, but that's fine because I've got a few Pi 4s, a Pi 5. Yeah, I've got a few Pis I can use for projects. Yeah, so it's a 350 Trident kit. It had a lot of upgrades to it. It had some, like the disco light sticks and stuff like that to it. I think it had a rainbow bar for the self-burner LED. And I believe it had a 6-cart ERCFA stuff in it as well. So we're going to have some fun with that one. The K3 is going to get the trad rack mounted to it, and I may rebuild the trad rack based on the latest versions from the closed beta. So yeah, we got a lot of builds going on. The Micron kit parts are printing right now. I was doing the accent colors in KVP fluorescent blue. And then the primary color will be Fusion Filaments ABS 2.0 Red Dwarf. So it'll be red and blue with a black frame. And the blue is like a bright popping blue because it's a fluorescent blue. So to give you an idea, like here's the blue parts. And I printed the gears, though it looked like the kit came with the 64 tooth gears, like the metal versions. So we'll go one way or the other. Come on, come on, come on. Almost done. We're getting closer. Go back to the full display over here. Hey, Major Gamer Geek, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So yeah, Chewy, if you were able to find the Pi 02s, those are the ones that are still a little hard to find because they hadn't done the mass order drop on those yet. And I say mass order drop, but what I meant was the production run. But Pi 4Bs are getting easy to find, especially with the Pi 5s out there. I do have a Pi 5 on hand. I am very much interested in running a NVMe SSD off of it. Just to really have that as a high performance little single board computer. I've got the LibreElect La Potato with an eMMC, and that runs really fast. And I have the Alta on pre-order, and I'm just waiting to get shipment confirmation of that. Hey, Nick, welcome on in. Welcome on in. I see people are waking up again. Liz has been here for a while, but then she went to make her bed and decided to sleep a little bit longer. They had the Pi 5 at Micro Center, but you missed it. Yeah. I got mine on, I had a priority order code, so I basically had mine shipped the first day that they hit the market. Almost done. We can do it. Got another ad break going on. And Chris, if you're still hanging out and listening, thank you. I did just see my shipping notification for one of my packages, so thank you. Oh, gotcha, Modlight. So wow. Thanks to the landlord. Yeah. Yeah, I will. I have those parts. Like I said, they're sliced. I'm going to start printing those today. So if everything goes well, I should have most, if not all of them done before my surgery. So we can, if I need to, I'll have Evil Diesel run me over the mailbox or the mailbox, the post office to get that shipped out. No big deal. Hey, Royal Nomi, how are you doing this day? Hope you're doing well. So we finally got our CB1 stuff downloaded. So we're going to come back over to our Raspberry Pi imager. We're going to choose our OS. And because we're doing a CB1, we can't just take the Raspberry Pi version. And we're going to come down here to use custom. And we're going to go for a search here. We are in the downloads folder. And we should be able to just scroll down here. State modified. Nope. Go the other direction. And there is our CB1 image. Yeah, CB1 Debian 11 minimal. So we will open that. Our storage of choice is the CB1 eMMC UMS disk. So we'll select that. It does us no good to do any of the pre-configuration because it will not work for the CB1 image. So we're not going to mess with that. We're just going to tell it to write. All existing data on this drive will be erased. Are you sure? Yes. We'll get that going. You're alert right now. Well, that's good. That's good. I'm doing well. It's been a really relaxing Thanksgiving. We didn't go anywhere. We just stayed here, partly because last weekend we took off for the Mad Dash up to Maryland, and on the way up and the way back, we stopped to see our great niece, which is such a little cutie. And we just decided, you know, we don't need to be at all the drama and stuff over Thanksgiving, so we just stayed here and chilled. So, Joe, you got the 8 gig Pi 5. Yep, and that's the one that I got is the 8 gig. And like I said, I'm looking forward to doing the NVMe drive for it. The sleds for it are in pre-production and they're pre-order, so I haven't ordered them yet, but I'm going to. Ooh, and I just heard my girlfriend ding. Now, was that your packages being delivered today, or that is your packages here? Let me check real fast. It's most likely you have a package being delivered today. Got you, Monlight. Yeah, super slow. I'm surprised that I'm not more tired than I am right now because of staying up so late, but I did get a good night's sleep. So, and that was just my girlfriend giving me a notification that I have a package that will arrive today. Yeah, and Nomi, I really do hope that you're getting better and stuff like that. Now, you say quarantine. Are you just sick or do you have the COVID? Yeah, I definitely. I mean, I've got it up. No, I don't have it up. I have it assembled. I just don't have the. I haven't done the OS on it yet. But I really am looking forward to doing NVMe on it and seeing what it can do, and especially when I've seen like some 2 terabit drives, I'm like, oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, I definitely get to feeling better, Royal Nomi. Like I said, Thursday, upper respiratory bronchitis, double ear infection, and strep. Really, I mean, yeah, you've pretty much got everything except for like full on pneumonia. So yeah, please quarantine, but um, try not to stay laying down the whole time. Kind of, yeah, fluids, stay up. As much as it sucks, try and cough as much of that junk up and out as you can. Mad Cat, welcome on in. Welcome on in. But yes, Royal Novi, please get to feeling better soon. Um, we're sitting here watching, paint dry, or in this case, software load. So I've had a little bit of sinus stuff, but it's not like an infection. It's just, sinus crap that I deal with every winter. So, oh yeah, Pedialyte is great, and it's actually there's some, I mean, Gatorade every now and then, but Pedialyte's just as good. Um, think you got the flu? Yeah, it is definitely starting to get that season. And with all the standard stuff, flu, colds, and then you throw in, some random COVID here and there, it's a little rough. But hey, Solar, I did check and see that latest file you sent. Thank you so much, dude. I don't know what I do to deserve the kindness, but thank you. I'm going to have to get those printed. Time to put the back brace on. Oh, yeah, it's. So is that just a back brace to get ready for work, or is that a back brace because you were injured? I did see the CNC file or CNC kitchen file that you sent, Modlight. Thank you. I just have to good nursing advice. Yeah, there's some stuff. what do they call it? Fire cider. That is supposed to really help from a medicinal herb type perspective. Yeah, I made some and tried it once. It's nasty. It opens you up, but it's some nasty stuff. Oh, I said Solar 3DP. I did just see the other file that you sent me, and I said thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know what I've done to deserve such kindness, but thank you very much, sir. And I plan on getting those printed out, especially over the next few weeks, because the next 2 weeks are going to be short weeks with some relaxation involved because I'm having my eye surgery done. And then we'll be off for a couple of weeks at work. So I should have plenty of time to try and get some stuff printed. So I will work on getting some of those things printed and up behind me so they can be shown off. But thank you so much. I also need to get my maker brick done from Local Maker. I've just been remiss on trying to get things printed. So with Mrs. Dragon being home, the 6 printers downstairs in the dining room have been turned off and on hiatus. Because I thought it was nice. She's back for a few days. It was a holiday. It deserved to be shut down. And I need to get 3 of them moved completely because I need to make room on the table so that we can do some puzzles and stuff over the Christmas break. And I don't know, maybe entertain. Who wants to have, you can't entertain when you don't have room on the dining room table because there's 3D printers all over them. Oh, I did see the files that you sent, Modlight, for the CNC kitchen stuff. I have not pulled them up and sliced them yet, but I do have all the Rook stuff sliced. So I will be starting those, like I said, today after stream. And we'll be getting that stuff going for you. And it was trying to think. You wanted all blue except for the bed and the rookery you wanted orange. Correct, Modlight? I want to make sure I get that right. Yep. Hey, Interrupt. How you doing? Yeah, and really, what's on the big table there is the Fabrico Rook, the Rook 2020, and the Bugaboo 310, which is basically an Inner 3 size bed. Or is it 310, 210? I don't know, whatever the hell it is. I think it's 210. Yep, and do all the one-piece parts. So the bed is one piece versus the 3 pieces that you have to heat set and put together. Yep, definitely. So it's doing the verify pass now, and it seems like it's a little bit slower. But once again, we're doing the eMMC directly on the CB1. So once it gets installed, it should be faster than doing an SD card. And while I'm sitting here, while we're all sitting here together, I'm going to make that note so that I got it. And I'm going to go with the metallic blue. And an orange. Always good to take notes, folks. Doing well, you've been lurking for a bit? Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at it and print it out. And if there's anything that prints funky or whatever, I'll let you know, Solar. But thank you. Yeah, no, that's cool, Monlight. Yeah, I definitely have orange and ABS. I'm just not sure if I have orange. Ooh, wait a minute. Yeah, I do. I do have orange and PLA. Yeah. Definitely, like I said, I definitely have various oranges in ABS. Something about being sponsored by KB3D and, you know, having various oranges on hand just seemed to be the right thing to do. Speaking of which, color scheme wise, so some of the colors I have planned, of course, we've got the Fusion on the one that we're building today, orange Creamsicle. Yep, gotcha. Sent you a diff type of file. Okay. So on this printer, we are using the orange is Fusion Filaments ABS 1.5 alpha. I was going to say alpha orange, but it's alpha something. Give me 1 second. I think it's alpha, yeah, alpha particle orange. And Polymaker ABS Galaxy Purple. Let me update this. Chewy's build. Most of the parts came pre-printed, but that's Polymaker ABS Galaxy Purple and Galaxy Dark Gray. The Micron build, we're going to go with Fusion Filaments ABS 1.5 Red Dwarf and KVP ABS Fluorescent Blue on a black frame. The Trident, the DFH Trident 350 kit is a white frame, and I'm going to use the Polymaker ASA Pop Pink as the primary and Pop Blue as the secondary. Then the Annex Engineering K3, I don't have colors picked out yet. The black box primary color is going to be the Prylene Polycarbonate CF Black. And I'm thinking the Polymaker ABS Neon Orange or the Fusion Filaments ABS, I believe it was Pineapple Yellow. I'll have to talk to Chris. Hey, there you are, Chris. What was the filament that you said was the exact match for your logo color? Was it Pineapple Yellow or something like that? And yeah, we'll do the orange and ABS for you, Monlight, because that does make sense. It's fine with because my Rookery Gold Dragon was all printed in PLA, and I didn't have any issues, no warpage or whatever. But I will definitely make that note here and get that added that it's you want them in ABS to have no issues. Fusion 1.5 ABS electric pineapple. I will have to get some of that. Do you stock that by any chance, Chris? No, that's fine, Monlight. You think a black and yellow gold needs to be done? Not yet. That's like soon. Trademark. Oh yeah, no problem. No problem, Monlight. I fully understand that. And then, so I haven't picked colors for the Annex Engineering yet. And the, so baby blue, baby blue is my Voron V0 over here. We've got the upgrade kit to go to a 02 on this one. And that's the one that I'm going to use the filament that I got from Fadis. It's black, but it's the AE-worthy ABS glass-filled, so it's 10% glass fiber reinforced ABS. So we'll be using this in a printer as well. And I've got some others coming. I think I may have an orange in one of their glass-filled ABS coming as well. Like I said, for whatever reason. And we just had a notification where our disk has completed. By notification, I mean advanced and everything else popped up on me. So let's switch back over here to our full display. Yeah, I lost all feeling in my right arm due to blown disc in my neck. I've had C5, C6 replaced and C6, C7 fused. And I had that done at age 36. So, yeah, so they can say all that crap all they want, but anyhow. So the eMMC drive has completed. So you can now remove the SD card from the reader. We're going to say OK. Close that out. We need to then come in and set up a couple of things. Do a couple of changes to our folders. So let's get our... let's get this over here. We're going into the H drive, which is boot. And then the I drive is the rest of the USB or the eMMC. We're not going to mess with that. So H drive is our boot drive. And it wants us to change some stuff in the system config file. And I tend to do these with Visual Studio Code. Do not use Notepad. It will lead to bad things, or could lead to bad things. Now, I want you to put in your Wi-Fi information. I am not going to do that on screen. I'm going to move that over here off screen so I can do that. And put in my Wi-Fi information so you guys don't know it. So I do need a hyphen or an underscore. I can never remember. Okay, so we add our Wi-Fi information. We will save that file. And then close that file. Now, next up after the system config and adding our boot information, our Wi-Fi information, we may need to go and change some other stuff. And we're going to do that in our overlay settings in the boot and the board env text file. Once again, we're going to open that with Visual Studio Code and follow the prompts. Yeah, and my mom's got various rods and stuff. I mean, I think she kind of looks like a centipede is attached to the back of her neck if you look at the x-rays. So you change the Comcast Xfinity Wi-Fi on your X1 router to, yeah. Nice, Daddy Wazzy. Yeah, I hate Comcast Xfinity, and the only way I would have it is just internet. Like no cable, just internet. It's the only time I've had good service out of them. So there's some things that we do need to change here. Set as required. Let me move some things, hide some things so that we can get both of these side by side. Set FTD file to a specific one for, so FTD file equals Sun50I H616 eMMC. So we change SD to eMMC so that it knows that we're using the eMMC drive. The default value is console equals display. That means that the UART 0 CB1 is used as the debugging port. If Klipper wants to use UART 0 to control the motherboard, we need to set control or console equals serial. Now Klipper can use UART 0 on TTY S0, so that will be desired. So we'll change this to serial. We don't need to change the HDMI resolution. We don't need to set up an HDMI 5 or 7 because we're using the standard V0 display. Yeah, I have a, I'll say the get out of jail free card for when I set off the x-ray scanners. Yep. And it's got the serial number of the parts they've put in me and everything. Hide your mouth, boyfriend, too. Yep. Okay, so we don't need to change that. We're not using a TFT SPI display, so we don't need to mess with that. We are going to be doing CANBUS on this board. So I think we need the MCP 2515 overlay. to enable the SPI to CANBUS module. So in which case we just need to kind of scroll down until we find that, which is the, yeah, uncomment the MCP 2515 SPI to CANBUS module. So we're just going to uncomment that by taking the hashtag from in front of it. And we're not going to use any of the other I don't think we'll need to uncomment anything else. And like I said, we're going to be going into some slightly uncharted waters because I have never done CANBUS directly off of one of the MCU boards. I've always used a Big Tree Tech UTC. So for now, we're going to save this file. And like I said, we wanted to uncomment this MCP 2515 because that's going to give us our CANBUS module over the SPI connection. And we're going to leave all the other SPI stuff covered for right now. So we'll exit that now that we've got it saved. And once we're done, we should just need to reboot. So we can just power cycle or figure out which one of these is boot versus reset, and that should work as well. So we're going to power cycle and remove our USB. Hey, Westry, how are you doing, sis? We're going to turn that back on. We'll give it a little bit, and we will look for our bring you up here real fast while I check for the Wi-Fi for this popping up. It may take a few minutes for it to come up simply because it's going to be resizing the eMMC and all that stuff on first boot. So, oh, yeah, let's do the other thing we need to do. So let's power this back down. And the other thing we need to do is go ahead and switch these two jumpers back to off so that we're not booting it into US or into boot mode. That would also help. Yeah, well, and the nice thing with the eMMC as well is if something does happen and it finally borks or dies, you can always plug in the SD card then and still work it that way. So, oh yeah, join Westry One Stream. Are you streaming today, sis? I think you are. Is today the day you're doing the giveaway for the telescope? If so, tell us all about it. A new device, BTT CB1, has joined your network. Yay! Now I just need to find the IP address that said device has been given. Okay, it's been given 219 as the IP address. Which we won't be able to get to a web interface on because, well, there's no Kaya, so we'll have to install Kaya next. And to do that, jump back over to our full display. There's retail 190, got it used for 50. Was that your La Potato? Or what? Oh, you got yourself a telescope. Gotcha. Oh yeah, and Mod Light, if you're in that much pain, buddy, yeah, definitely take some pain meds and get some rest. So now that we've got it installed, so we still don't have any web interface. We're going to need to install Kaya. So I always come over here and just do Klipper install and upgrade helper Kaya GitHub. As you can tell, I've come out here a few thousand times. You're running Astroberry on your La Potato. Nice. Pete, she should be in the Eastern time zone, so it should be 2 p.m. Eastern. So we've got our Kaya website up here. Now we need to go into our CB1 module. So we're going to put in our IP address, which was 192.168.10.219 and port 22. And we're going to say open. Yes, we do want to keep that information. And then log in as. Log in as. What is the CB1 module login? Been a while. It's not listed here. It would be listed in the OS versions. Or no, there it is. BQ and BQ. So we're going to log in as BQ, B-I-Q-U. Password B-I-Q-U. And we're in. Sweet. We come back over here to Kaya. It tells you go through and install your OS. Always a good idea. Step 1 is to do an update and install Git. I'm actually going to might as well. So what I did is I just copied this command, right-clicked over here in my window, and it puts in that command. I hit enter, and it's going to go through, and it's going to run a sudo apt-get update to update the repositories, and then install Git. "4 p.m. Eastern." Okay. Thank you for the shout out of Westery Mod Light. Yep, go fix that tweet. Yeah, I get that too, Mod Light. Just take it easy and manage the pain, my friend. Yes, it will be fine, Westery. And then what you really need to do is get like, was it AstroPrint and probably Astro Canuck on stream? While this is updating and installing, I'm going to go pull the cable from my make sure I pull the right one. I've got 3 or 4 of these extension cables that I use to connect my cameras up to, and heaven forbid if I unplug the wrong one. And so the nice thing is when we were doing the install on the CB1, we needed the USB-C to a USB-A. When we do the config for the EBB36 module on the toolhead board, we're going to go from a USB-A to a USB-C. So we get to use the same cable. It's just basically reverse which side's going into the boards. Oh man, yes. Yes, that is the biggest cause of injuries and or deaths in hunting is falls from tree stand. So yeah, that's definitely not good. In fact, I'm not hunting at all this year. Hey Zombie, welcome on in. I decided not to hunt at all this year because of needing eye surgery. And my brother and his wife just got done with a trip to Florida, and she got a hog. She got a wild boar. They came back with 2 Yeti coolers full of ham. So that was pretty cool. So Zombie, we're into watching paint dry mode today, aka software install day. So we just spent some time. Let me go here. So we just spent some time installing the base Unix Debian install for the CB1 module. So this is a CB1 module that has a 32 gig eMMC drive on it. So it's slightly different install for the eMMC. It's even better when you decide to follow the right set of instructions so that you're installing software to talk to this versus a CM4. So this kit didn't come with any electronics. I chose to go with the UPH because I know it's slimmer and gives me more room in the underdeck. And this is I was originally going to go with a Octopus board, but the problem with an Octopus board is you have to also have a Raspberry Pi or other host computer. So in talking with Aaron, I switched to the M5P because I only need 5 drivers, A, B, 3 Z drivers, and then CANBUS to the toolhead board. So we're going to run CANBUS off of the CANBUS header right down here. Yeah. So, you know, these were purchased. That's why I got the 32 gig eMMC version of the CB1. The Micron kit that I have comes with the UHP. I believe it's an M8P with a CB1 and 7 drivers. So it's all included in that Micron kit, which is the Formbot kit off of AliExpress. The DFH Trident 350 kit that I just got in yesterday also includes all the electronics. So, and then some. And I believe it actually has a 6-cart IRCFA part set. So I just need to do the printed parts and stuff for that. You got 2 walk-in commercial freezers full of wild hog. Nice. Yeah, M5P with CAN is perfect for this Trident setup or any type of triple lead screw. If you have the 4, then of course you have to go with an 8P or something else. Yeah, so we've got this configured right now. What we're doing is I always on my CB1s, I do a base minimal install. And now what we're doing is installing Kaya. So we just did the git install. We're on step 2, which is to clone the Kaya. So click here to copy, come over here, right click and say enter. To now we're going to clone Kaya, and now we're going to run Kaya. And this is what we're going to use to do all of our install for Klipper and stuff. So we do that. It wants our sudo password for BQ, which in this case is BQ because I haven't changed it yet. And we're just going to start going down the list. So we're going to install Klipper. We are going to select the recommended Python 3x. We are going to install just one. So yeah, once I followed the right set of instructions, Zombie, getting it installed was nothing big. I mean, you had to do the Zadig USB driver, and once I installed that, it was bada bing, bada boom. It saw it, it recognized it, and we installed the base CB1 minimal install image using Raspberry Pi Imager. So now we're just doing the Kaya install. And then once we get the Kaya install done, we'll build the firmware and update the firmware on the M5P. Then we'll do the tool head and we'll be able to get movement. And then at some point later, I'll come and do the V0 display, which is connected via USB. So it's got a separate MCU for the V0 display. There's no real need to do a bigger display on it, though I know you can do, I think my Micron kit comes with the, excuse me, the M5P CB1 module and the TFT SPI display. So that might get a little bit interesting because it has the EBB36 CANBUS, and it also uses the SPI display, or excuse me, the TFT SPI display. So that could get interesting into whether or not it has enough horsepower to run both without having issues. Because if you're running CANBUS off the toolhead board or off the MP5, it uses the SPI to CANBUS. So we'll have to see. Yeah, my brother said I can come get some whenever I want it. And I was like, well, yeah, why didn't you bring some down? I have a TFT SPI display on, which one did I install that on? Because I have installed that on one of my printers. I'm trying to remember which one it was. HDMI. There's one on the Ender XY. And it works just fine. It's plugged into the SKR E3EZ board. Which has the CB1 module. And yeah, that one's working just fine at the moment. Yeah, I was able to get it working. Now, the big thing, once again, when I go the Micron build is there's specific notes about you have to basically set it up to allow both the SPI display and the SPI to CAN to work on the same, I guess, SPI range or port. So that may be issues with the Micron build. So I'll have to see how that goes. And the simple and easy solution to that is throw a UTC in there. That's the simplest solution. Or change the display, but the display's already there. So like what, 10, 15 bucks for a UTC? Done. Oh, interrupt. You live in North Carolina. Where at? I'm in the Raleigh, actually Sanford area. So yeah, and I'm also definitely all over. And yep, I will definitely hit that up and check that out, Zombie. The Manta M5P EBB 2209 CANBUS setups, similar. Yeah, I'm interested to see how this works because You're in the Raleigh area. Awesome. But a little on the, okay, cool. Yeah, interrupt. If you want to, hit me up on Twitter or the Discord channel. If you want to ever hang out or possibly go hunt or anything like that. Like I said, I'm not hunting this year. I'm choosing not to because I need to have cataract surgery. But yeah, definitely want to get back out there again next year. So maybe do some turkey hunting and stuff. But I was on a lease out in Pine Tops. I did not renew the lease this year because of the vision stuff. So I got to jump back into that next year. But yeah, we had a lease 300 acres out in Pine Tops, and I know it has turkey because little bastards heckled me during deer season. So yeah. Yeah, that was the so the can boot I was aware of. Catapult, is that the new version of the can boot? Or is that something else? I remember seeing something with Catapult on Modbot stream. Yeah, so you do can boot over the USB and get it flashed for can boot, and then that allows you to actually flash Klipper on it via, okay, Catapult's the new name. Yeah, and then you use CANBUS to flash Klipper on it, and that way you can flash it via the CANBUS in the future. Yeah, they heckle now because their time is limited. They know they're not in season, so you can't shoot them. I've also been, let's just say I was sitting in my stand and I had a hawk land about 10 feet from me in an adjoining tree. And let's just say he let me know that I was invading in his territory, and I got down out of my stand as soon as he allowed me to and left. But it was definitely like, dude, this is mine. Get the hell out of here. And he had some nasty claws on him too. All right, folks, I am going to, while this is continuing to install, I'm going to mute my mic real fast and go take care of this runny nose. Yep. Also grabbed a donut. Yeah, hawks are no joke. And the interesting thing is, I know I have bears. So I get a black bear, or I get a bear tag every year. So we've had 3 or 4 black bears taken off the property with our adjoining property folks. They run a bear hunt every year, and they have people that bring out dogs. So I know there are bears out there. So whenever I go hunting, as soon as I get out of the truck and I start to head into the tree line, I'll take like 3 steps into the tree line and lock and load. And I always have a, my rifle's locked and loaded, and I've got my handgun ready to go. Yeah, we get some black bears. I'll have to post some pictures up on the Discord channel about some of the black bears that they've pulled off. But they're pretty good. They drag them out they'll do their best to drag them out to the edge of the property using four-wheelers. And then it takes several of us to get them up into the truck. But yeah. Yeah, but we've got black bears, turkeys, deer, squirrel, plenty of other wildlife there as well. Something gutted a possum, and when I say gutted a possum, I mean it gutted a possum right at the trailhead going into our property, and it just kind of laid it out there in no uncertain terms, saying, "This is my hunting ground. Stay the hell out." And a bear wouldn't gut a possum; the bear would just eat it. Right? It would be gone. So something gutted a possum, and I'm not sure if it was, like a wolf or something like that, but it wouldn't have been a bear. The bear would have been like chomp done. Yeah, bear tastes pretty good. All right, sure, no problem, Zombie. I mean, I've done it several times, but I will tell you, and I don't know about your experience, but I have never had a CANBUS install just go clean and easy, front to back. So hoping, fingers crossed, on stream, this CANBUS goes smooth. Yeah, Wolf wouldn't have gutted it. Yeah, like I said, it was right at the trailhead leading into the property. So I'm like, yep, yeah, okay. Noted. Went on in. It was probably the hawk, but I'm pretty sure like bear or wolf wouldn't have, or coyote. Maybe. I'm pretty sure we have coyote over in that area. And coyotes are fair game any time of year. Coyotes and feral hogs are fair game any time of year, as long as you're not within, like you can't shoot them across the road. You can't be on a Sunday. There's those other restrictions that are just there, but there is open season on coyote year round. Yeah, they use it as a territory marking thing. Okay, so Klipper's installed. So next up, we're going to install Moonraker. So Klipper is the firmware, and Moonraker's what we call the API, the Application Programming Interface. So that's how Mainsail talks to Klipper. It talks to it through making calls to Moonraker. Install Moonraker, yes. Yeah, and really the hogs, I mean, hogs are just destructive. Like they will destroy land, period. And so we've got a place called the Great Dismal Swamps. Interrupt, you may be familiar with this if you're east. And there's a place over there where you can go on bear hunts, and they also do hog hunts, I believe, in the Great Dismal Swamp. And they pull some nice bears out, but it ain't cheap. It ain't cheap. But yeah, kind of like my end game is to get some property and be able to have like 20 acres that I can hunt my own, and eventually put you know, put a house on it and or at least I'll say the stipulation from Mrs. Dragon was if we buy property, it's either close enough that we stay where we're at and I just use it as dedicated hunting land, or it's got to be able to perk so that we can build on it. So oh yeah. Yeah, so if you're so yeah, if you have land and you want to, and if you have nuisance animals, you can either have people just come and hunt it, or you can lease it out and charge people to be able to come and hunt on the land. And then there's some places like the Great Dismal Swamp where it's a guided hunt, and yeah, for guided hunts you'll pay for that. But like if I'm out on my property that I lease and with 6 or 7 people in the lease, we've got 300 acres and it costs me like $700 to $800 a year to lease it. And I can go and hunt on it year round as long as there's an animal in season that's on the property, right? So, and we have a range out there as well, so you can go and shoot handguns and sight in your rifles and stuff. But you know, if I took an animal like a deer or a bear, I could clean it and gut it myself, or I could take it to a processor. And of course, you take it to a processor, and you're going to get charged. So, well, and $700 to $800 isn't bad for a deer lease, and that's some people only get to lease it for the deer season. This is a year-long lease. This is July to June. So it's deer, turkey, bear, squirrel. I get to use it year round, right? So that's the nice thing. And of course, this last year they just went through and logged, I think, 100 acres. So we had to kind of move from the heavily wooded area that we've been in to the part that had been regen for the last decade. So it's not as, I'll say there's a lot of underbrush that we have to go and do a lot of clearing and stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. So it's we do need to go and do some work in the area that they clear cut. The loggers leave all kinds of debris and crap around, so we've got to go and do some work over there. But the nice thing is we can pile up some of that debris, and it makes great habitat for squirrel, for birds, for rabbits, right? So yeah, you can hunt squirrel, but you have to be careful because there's only certain squirrel that are in season at certain times. Yeah, so you just have to make sure that you shoot the right one and not the wrong one, because we do have like 4 or 5 species of squirrel, and like I said, they're at different times. And welcome on in there, subsector. I see you sneaking in there again. How are you doing today? Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube, and I can't remember his name right now, but he uses a airsoft rifle or a airsoft gun, and he has a setup on his back porch, and it's like I think he's somewhat rural, but with an airsoft gun, and he's plunking squirrels across his backyard, up against the fence with an airsoft rifle. But it's a custom one. It's like a $3,000 airsoft rifle, and he's plucking them right between the eyes. So gotcha. I've never hunted Otter Creek, Florida. I grew up in Florida, but I never started hunting until just like 4 or 5 years ago when I moved out to North Carolina. And sorry about the squirrel hunting talk, Creatix Brit. I know you're a squirrel lover. They are cute and everything until they start tearing up your garden or something, eating all your bird feeders. And I just want to go squirrel hunting. And when I go squirrel hunting, there you can use things like a 22. You can use a bow if it's allowed in your area. A lot of people will go out with shotguns. I actually want to go out with my dad's 22 that I haven't given back to him after I put a real scope on it and go shooting because it it helps hone your targeting, for larger game. Okay, so we've got Klipper, we've got Moonraker, we've got Mainsail installed. We don't need Klipper screen because we're not going to do Klipper screen. I do want to go ahead and put Crow's Nest on here, which is 12, in case I decide to add a camera to this. Yeah, squirrels will destroy your plants. They can also get into your attic or your shed and just tear through everything and make nests and stuff. Oh, nice subsector. Which Raspberry Pi did you get to do Octoprint on the Sovel? Was it a 3, a 4, 5, a 0? What'd you get? Oh, let's see. Do you want to add update manager entry? Yes, I do. Reboot now? Yes, why not? Chances are it's going to say it's not going to anyhow. Oh, it did. Awesome. Now our CB1 module is going to go through and do a reboot. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah, Raspberry Pi 4. Okay. Yeah, I've got a Raspberry Pi 4 2 gig and then two 8 gig models here. I've got the Raspberry Pi 5 8 gig. And I'm going to set that one up with an NVMe disk at some point. I've got a LibreElect La Potato, which is a Raspberry Pi alternative, and that one's running an 128 gig eMMC drive. And I ordered the Alta, which is a new version that's coming out from LibreElect with eMMC drive as well. So I'm going to have a few of those. And we should be back up and running. So what I'm going to do is just jump over here to our web interface and see if that comes up. And that looks like it's coming up. So we're good. We're up and running, folks. Now we need to go through and do our the 4s have come down in price, especially with the release of the 5. I've also got like 4 Raspberry Pi Zeros because 2 of them, I sent 2 of them up to Maker Millwright with the Bubblegum Dragon. So yeah, I'm sitting pretty for right now. Okay, you need some Pi 3s or 4s for your astrophotography photography, I think. Photography. And 1 for a 3D printer. Okay. So our Klipper is good. It doesn't talk to the MCU because it doesn't know about the MCU yet. So let's go ahead and we need to come back. So we're done with Kaya. We're done with the CB1, I believe. Our Manta, that's our pinout, our Manta board. Come back to our Manta manual. Of course, that won't work. Did I download the Manta manual or not? No. Yes, we did. There'll be an easier way to do it. Let's scroll down here and get to our MCU configuring the firmware. So we're able to SSH into the device now. We've logged in. We've got Kaya installed. Now we need to do our firmware. So we need to go back into Kaya or SSH. So we are not Kaya, but back into SSH. So we'll come back in here. We'll restart our session. We're going to log in as BQ and password of BQ. Yeah, definitely got to be careful with gators if, wherever you're at in Florida. Oh yeah, subsector, definitely. You can definitely, if you send that stuff over to KB3D, he'll definitely help get you up and squared away. So we're back into our CB1 via SSH on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, we've got the manual, and we're going to go in and start setting up our Klipper firmware. So we need to CD into Klipper. And then we'll run a make menu config. We're going to enable the extra low-level options. The microcontroller is going to be a STEM32. Processor model is the 32G0B1. Bootloader is 8 kilobit. Clock reference, 8 megahertz crystal. So we're good there. Communications. USB or CANBUS. USB or CANBUS. This might be the part where we got to okay, yeah, it looks like we're going to need to do a little bit differently. So maybe we'll just start from here. We'll come back and do the CAN boot. We'll do the Klipper since we're in the Klipper config right now. So everything's good until our communication interface. We want to use the USB to CAN bridge, USB on PA1112. The CAN bus interface is PD12 and PD13. And that's Papa Delta, not Papa Bravo. USB IDs is left blank. It says CAN bus speed 250,000. I'm going to leave it at the 1 million. We'll say Q to quit. Y for yes. Make clean. Make. And we'll be okay for doing the make here. Because it'll be the CAN boot and the Klipper are done in 2 different folders, so we should be good to go here. Yeah, Gator's good. We used to have a place when I lived down in Florida called, was it Florida Festival? It's now defunct, but there was a place in there where you could go and get Gator. So Gator is actually really good. Okay, so our Klipper config has been output. So now what we're going to do is kind of step back just a little bit here. We want to do our CAN boot. So we're going to grab the CAN boot the CAN boot, and we're going to CD back into our main folder, and we'll download the CAN boot software. Okay, and that's downloaded. So we're going to CD into CANBUS. And we're going to make menu config. And so we're going to follow the instructions here. So microcontroller architecture. This will be, once again, the STEM32 board. Processor will be the STEM32 G0B1. Build CANBUS deployment application would be no, do not build. Clock reference 8 megahertz. Communication interface, the CANBUS is on PD12 and PD13. Application start offset 8 kilobit. Scan speed is set to 500,000. We're going to change that. To a full million. So we're staying with 1 million across the board everywhere. GPIO pins, no. Support bootloader entry, yes. Doesn't get clicked, doesn't get clicked. Q for quit. Y to save. Make clean. And make. Hey, Da Vinci, welcome on in. Welcome on in. We are deep in the woods right now. So we have installed the, let me go back here real fast. Whoop, not that one, this one. So we've installed the Linux, Debian Linux on our CB1 module with eMMC, 32 gig of eMMC memory. We've installed Kaya, so we've got Klipper and Moonraker and Mainsail, Crow's Nest installed. Now we're back into this in an SSH session, and we just configured CANBUS and Klipper for the Manta M5P. So we're getting ready to do that because we're going to use the CANBUS on this to talk to the EBB36 module. So that's kind of where we're at now. So I'm going to come back over here to the full display. We have configured CANBUS files. We've configured the Klipper files. Now we need to flash the CANBUS and the Klipper. So to flash it says the Manta M8P, enter DFU mode, hold down the boot and reset, release reset, then the boot 0. And this is where I'm going to need to grab my old man eyes, figure out which one's the boot and which one is the reset. So reset is closer to the CB1, boot IO is closer to the drivers. So what we're going to do is it said hold down both the boot and the reset, release the boot, then the reset. So I need to hold down both of these buttons and then release the one on the driver side first. It's always like, what do I use to do this? Probably should use metal, but so we're going to reset, boot, release boot, release reset. Whoops. Release reset, then boot. Darn it. Like I said, I probably should not be using metal things to do that, but we didn't release any smoke. So we've done our reset reboot. Now it tells us to do an LS USB. LS USB. Oh, let's try it again. LS USB instead of UAV, and that works. So we I'll make it a little bit easier. So we did our LS USB, and we're seeing several devices, and I believe we're going to be looking for the one that talks about the STEM32 device in DFU mode there. So you should now see a bus device with DFU mode. When you have validated that it's ready to flash CAN boot, we're going to type in this command, or we're just going to copy and paste it. And it's sudo dfu util. Few things, tells you where that CAN boot bin file was that we did. And the big thing is making sure that our device IDs match. So the device ID that we're looking for is 0483:DF11, which it does. And we'll hit enter. And we just uploaded the CAN boot to that board. We did get download done, file downloaded successfully, error during download get status, perfectly normal, don't worry about that. Now we need to hit the reset button again, and the reset button, we grab something that is the one closer to the CB1 module. So we're just going to push that button down, maybe. We're going to let it reset. And we want to make sure it's back in DFU mode. We're going to come back here with an LS USB. And I'm not seeing anything in DFU mode. And if I remember right, we may not see it in DFU mode. I remember there's something about once you do it in CAN boot, it doesn't show up anymore. So what we had before was a STEM microelectronics STM device in DFU mode. Now what we're getting is a device here, open MoCo. So let me try that again. I'm going to try just to hit the reset button again. Hey Ramon, welcome on in. Yep, we're getting the same thing. So I'm going to trust that that's what we need to do. And once again, just make sure our device ID is the right 1D50:614E. Open MoCo, STEM, blah, blah, blah. Oops, that's not what I want. Definitely not what I want. That's why it matched up. So come in here, copy that, paste that. So we're in DFU mode, same device ID. Somehow I don't think that's going to work. Yep, invalid DFU suffix. I think we're going to have to do the same thing again. We're going to have to put it back in DFU mode by hitting both of these buttons and then releasing them in the appropriate order again. Let me see if I can get a couple of these non-metallic things. So reset, boot, let go of boot, let go of reset. Dang it, it's the other way around. Reset, then boot. Reset, boot, let go of reset, then boot. And our STEM micro devices is back into DFU mode. We'll run our command to install Klipper on it. There's Klipper going. Look at your instructions. I did. And it said after doing the CAN boot, it said then reset the board by pressing reset and put the board back in DFU mode. It didn't say anything about going through and doing the reset boot. It just said reset, which is what I tried. So we've got it done. It did download successfully. We're going to come up and do another LS-USB. And we're now seeing our STEM micro devices still in DFU mode. Oh, run the reset once again. Look at the last part. Yep. Now we're seeing it as the CAN adapter. Yay, so one part done. Now we need to enable CANBUS on the Raspberry Pi. Yeah, this is setting up your CAN network on the actual Raspberry Pi. So in this case, we're going to create a file and now we're going to have to go in here and change some things because once again, you'll notice the default bitrate for CANBUS said 500,000. The default for Klipper was 250,000. They all have to be the same. And that includes this network setting. And we set the first two to 1 million instead. So we're going to set this to 1. We're going to use the 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So now they're all set to 1 million. We will Control X, yes, and enter. Give it another couple of seconds for the ad break to finish for those that are not subscribing. And once again, welcome on in everybody who's joining me today. I know it's a lazy Saturday on a long holiday weekend for us folks in the US. It's always a good time to hang out and have fun, do printer builds. And the ad break is almost done, and there it is. So welcome on back, everybody. So we've gone through and we just configured the CANBUS network on our CB1 module. This is what's going to let that talk to the MCU and talk to the toolhead and any other things that we have connected via CANBUS down the road. So now what we need to do is bring the CANBUS network that we just identified online. And we're going to do that by, so once again, we just created our CANBUS network by creating this file that talks about it and tells what it is. It's going to be interface CAN 0. It's going to be a static network. We set the bitrate to 1 million to match what we put into CANBOOT and to the Klipper config for the MCU. 1 million is going to be our constant here. We're going to exit out of that, and we're going to do a sudo interface up, or IF up, for CAN 0. So we're going to turn on that network that we just said we were configuring. If everything is right, we should be able to query the Manta board by running a command. And this is a Python command, CANBUS scripts flash, and we're going to query to see if it's there. Checking for catapult nodes. It does detect a UUID for Klipper. So that's there, and that's going to be critical because we're going to need this UUID when we start configuring our printer.config file. So we need to add our MCU information. If we come back over here to our dashboard for Klipper, you'll see that it can't talk to the MCU. And that's because it just doesn't know about it right now. So we need to come in here to our printer config, which is basic and nothing's really there. We're going to tell it our information, right? So we need to take this information right here. We'll copy this over to the MCU section. We'll grab that CANBUS ID here. And add it in. We'll do a save and restart. Now, hopefully, if everything goes right, we're going to see it connect to the MCU, and then it should almost automatically fail out, maybe. Ooh, what do we get down here? It's just a crow's nest issue, but we are connected to our MCU right now. Okay, and we haven't defined anything. That's why it hasn't errored out, is because it's not looking for a thermistor. As soon as we tell it there should be a thermistor reading and it doesn't have one, it's going to error out. Hey, DaVinci. Thanks for the drop. We'll need to update a few things here and there. We'll work on that a little bit later. For now, we're going to continue on to the next piece. Now, it talks about the BigTreeTech EBB 2209. We're not doing a 2209. We are doing a EBB 36. So we'll have to remember that. And it'll just be different parameters down here. We'll have to go and grab that from our EBB36 CANBUS stuff. $42, $36. We go to the manual here. I just really need to get the firmware information for setting this one up. Go to page 13 or 14. Okay, so this is really what I need is the information here to put into CANBUS. So following our directions, we're going to go back into our CANBUS directory. So we're going to CD into CANBUS. We're going to make menu config again. And we're going to go through our directions here. So no issue there for extra low-level options. We are going to be on a STEM32 still, a GB01, no bootloader, clock reference 8. We don't want to build this. Clock reference is 8. Bootloader offset. With slightly different options. Oh wait, that would be the Klipper, but yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so catapult, their processor model, 8 megahertz crystal for the reference clock. CANBUS is going to be different. We're going to do communications is going to be over PA 1112. I think we keep that the same. I think we're going to keep that the same. What? Yes. And now we'll need to make clean because we have a previous CAN boot from when we did the MCUs. So we're going to make clean, make. So I'm going to do USB for the CAN boot. Well, I'm using USB to install CAN boot, and then yeah, how do we just do that? Let's double check that again. 8 megahertz crystal. CANBUS PB0 PB1. Yeah, that's right. 8 kilobit offset. CANBUS speed. We will need to change this to the 1 million. Thank you for that catch, D4. Make clean, make. Yeah, yeah. I know there, and that's one of those, I'll say, not tricks, but one of those issues is trying to get them set up right. So once again, we've got the CAN boot ready. Now we're going to go over and do Klipper. So we're going to CD /Klipper. Fine. What do you mean? Oh. Now we're into Klipper. And we're going to do a make menu config. Oh. And we're going to kind of run through the same thing for Klipper and get it configured and ready. So enable extra low level config options, STEM32, G0B1, bootloader offset, 8 kilobit. Once again, I'm going to double check back over here for the EBB. It says bootloader offset, no bootloader. So we'll change that here. Clock reference, 8 megahertz crystal. We're going to be doing CANBUS here, so it's PB01. CANBUS PB0, PB1. Communication interface is 1 million. And nothing there. Yes. Yes. We're going to do a make clean and a make. You need to get back up here and see, okay, boot is by the capacitor, reset is by the other piece. So now's where part of the fun comes in, because we're going to need to connect in our USB. So we're going to we're good to go there. So we're going to switch over to here. And we need to connect in our USB-A. Sure which direction it goes. We'll find out. Go like this. We're going to get our USB-A in here. Pull this stuff out of the way. We're going to set this up. And I'm not going to be able to turn it around simply because of the power cord. So what I need to do is plug it in, the USB-C in, to the top of the board up here. So I'm going to plug this in. And I do have my jumper there's this jumper right over here under between the USB and the mounting hole. This tells it it's getting 5 volt from the USB. So we're going to plug it in there. And now I need to hit the reset and boot pins and go through that same thing to put it in DFU mode like we did on the main board. So we're going to take this and set it up there so it's out of the way. I can rotate it this way. And I need to play with the pins. So it's boot and reset, let go of boot, let go of reset. Okay. All right, let me get caught up on chat real fast here. I have to go on radio tonight. I won't be online. Some friend going to be remembered. Luckily, I woke up. Yep. Ramon clipped that. Nice. The white acrylic looks, it does. This white acrylic really looks good in here. This is a PT1000 capable board for the EBB36. I am not using a PT1000 thermistor. This is a standard thermistor that comes in the Drop Effect XG, which is what I installed in this. Okay. So we're going to come back to our full display so that we can see what we're doing. So flashing CANBUS and Klipper. We've entered the DFU mode. We're going to double check that again by running our LS-USB. See if I can't get my keyboard back up here. LS-USB. And we do see we've got one open MOCO. That's a STEM32. And then we have another one that shows a CAN adapter. Interesting. I'm not seeing anything in DFU mode. So let me try that one more time. It's boot and reset, release, reset, then boot. I think I was releasing them in the wrong order. Not quite empty, but still packing. Yeah, I got the one shipment notification. I've got a couple of orders in with you, so we'll see. Okay, so come back over here, do an LS USB again, and there's the second device that's in DFU mode, so that's good. Got that same 0483 DF11, which is nice. You should see this. When you validate the board is ready, we're going to flash the CAN boot. We're going to grab that CAN boot file that we, for the command, place that in there, hit enter, and it's going to go through and do its thing. The error during downloading get status, that's a perfectly fine error. Don't worry about it. Reset the board and then put the board in DFU mode once again. That's what they needed to actually say above. So we're going to reset it and then put it in DFU mode again. So just reset. And then reset boot. Let go reset, let go boot. We're going to check with LSUSB again. And it is back in DFU mode. So that's good. And we're going to make sure we grab the next command, which will be to put it into Klipper. And Klipperize that bad boy. File downloaded successfully. We're going to press the reset button once again. Then press LSUSB. And I am not seeing it. Unless it's showing that same thing, but that's 606F. We're seeing 1 instead of 2. But it may not be showing because we've got the CANBUS up and I need to get the UUID for the CANBUS, which means I need to actually switch it over to CANBUS from USB, because remember, I can see this board because I have a USB to CAN. Up here, I don't have USB to CAN because I set it up to do CAN only. So what I'm going to do is unplug this. And I'm going to shut the printer down, because in order to talk to this over CANBUS, I actually have to finish installing the CANBUS wiring so that we can talk to it over CANBUS. So I'm going to shut the printer down because I have to wire in some plugs. So let me do a sudo shutdown now. We are going to give it a couple of seconds. Turn the power off and unplug it. always unplug it. Move the keyboard out of the way. And folks, I am going to put you on a be right back screen, and I will be right back in just a couple of moments. And we will get back into wiring this. So be right back. And I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. Had to take care of something real fast. Now what we're going to do is we need to lay this down. So we're going to lay it down on its side. We shouldn't need this connected anymore, so we'll disconnect our USB. Get this out of the way. And what we need to do is get our cables connected. So we've got our positive and negative wire. I'm going to set this up on its top. We've got positive and negative wires. These for future project. Yeah, so let me. This is a Black Rifle Coffee Company t-shirt. So there's death before decaf. Our wire strippers and our crimpers. The downside of trying to strip and crimp step wires is the simple fact that, well, it's PTFE or Teflon coated. So it's just trying to get the insulation off because you can't really get a good grip on it to, it's like silicone. One, it's very soft material and you go through it real easy and it comes off with no problem. But whenever you're using FET, it just seems like it's such a pain to get off. But Chewy, you're still here. You hate being social? We'll test on that one too. And we'll go ahead and get these going. So the negative, or black wire, of course. The red wire. Our CANBUS wiring. So we're going to slide underneath the power supply, hopefully. We're going to have a bit of extra. That's no problem. We'll call it a service loop. We can cut and trim this later once we make sure that everything's working fine. And I don't think it, well, it might matter. It's like, I don't think it matters, but it might. So if I remember right, we were PB01 and PB. Good God Almighty. I don't think it matters which side we go in. We went in there, and we've got to remember there's a jumper right up above our CANBUS. So let me, which scene do we go into? We'll go in here. We've got this one. Okay, so a couple of things to remember. One, here's our CANBUS wiring, and there's a jumper right up above it. And that jumper needs to have a jumper on it because that is the terminator for our 120 ohm resistor. And that has to be jumpered in order for it to be terminated. And it has to be terminated on both ends. And I'm going to need both hands, so just know I'm going to put a jumper there and terminate that. We've got that terminated, and we're going to need to do one on the other side. And by the other side, I mean on the toolhead end. And that's where we need to take the jumper that we had here off, and we're going to put it right above the, at the angle here. So it goes at the angle right here. So, because remember the two pins right above the heat sink is actually the CANBUS high and low. So we need the jumper right over here. This is our 120 resistor. And you have to have the resistors on both ends for it to work. So now we should be able to come and plug our board in, or plug our printer in. Turn power on. You're here for the free food and beer, then you're in the wrong place, Chewy. Trying to be with family, but not with family at the same time. Yeah, I've been there, seen that. All right, go this way. Let's turn this camera off. And we're actually going to come over and see if we can run the Python command. We'll restart our session. BQ. We're going to try and run our Python command and see if we see our stuff. And query complete, and we see no CANBUS things. So something's not right. You just ate and drank all the food and beer? Yep. Okay, so something did not go right. Because we should have had a UUID command. And we don't. In fact, we're not seeing anything anymore. So let's take a look again at our CANBUS. M5P manual. Excuse me as I just scroll here. But how do you have a CANBUS capable board? You show it on the pinouts, but you don't show the we go with old man eyes again. And it is the 120 ohm resistor. So there is a possibility, very, very small possibility, that they've already got this internally swapped. They want you to actually go high, high, low, low. So I'll swap these pins and see if that changes things. because it looks like everything is configured appropriately. We're just going to swap the order. What you're not seeing me do right now is just fiddle with a pen. Hmm. I'm still not seeing it. Let me do a if config and 0 up and running. Packets going across. Lost communication with MCU. Once the underlying issue is corrected, use the firmware restart. Clear is complete, but I'm not seeing anything coming up. Hmm. This is why I said CANBUS is always a joy. So we're good to go. We're connected. I'm getting power up to the top. We're not getting conversation via the CAN bus. So we just go back and redo the flashing. Of course, I have a wire that keeps coming out. And it may just be that I've got a loose wire that's not cutting or not. Still nothing. The zombie, are you around? Trying to roll these again, back the way I had them. Um, CANBUS isn't that well. CANBUS is great when it's working. It can be a pain in the butt. So that's my only thing with CANBUS. Is when it works great. When it doesn't work, it can be very frustrating to get set up. Once you get it set up, though, it works great. And I'm curious because they've changed it. I mean, I CANBUS all the way around, so it shouldn't have made a difference. Because even because when we downloaded it, um, initially, ArcSign can boot. Then all the way down here in the comments, there's ArcSign Catapult versus can boot, but it shouldn't matter because we did. I mean, I don't know why it would be different. Let me put it that way. Right? Okay. Um, What to do, what to do, what to do. Redo that to restart the CANBUS adapter to see if that one piece fixed it. Okay, so we have one thing identified as a CANBUS adapter. I have config, I have CAN0, up running, few bytes. Do a query of the CANBUS, nothing reported. Run the Klipper command and see if it finds anything. 0 UUIDs found. So we've actually gone backwards, it seems. So if we unplug this or pull the pin out in the case of what I just did, why this damn thing keeps. No CANBUS cable installed. I seem to have lost all of my nodes. Where did there it is. Trying to get the thing off. So let's kind of go backwards a little bit and see if we can get this going again. Yeah, we seem to have lost all of our catapult CANBUS nodes. Hey folks, it is 3 o'clock. What should we do? What should we do? We're doing good here other than, like I said, the only difference appears to be the catapult versus can boot. I feel like it's something with the toolhead. Like we've got the board, the MCU. All right, let's just go through the process. Yeah, we'll get ready to raid here in a short bit. We're just going to run through the process one more time. So, microcontroller, M32, processor model, B0B1, do not build, 8 megahertz crystal. Guess this might be where we definitely want to look here as well of eight megahertz crystal. We want it to talk across CANBUS on PA11, PA12. Application offset. Hang on, folks. I'm just trying to read and figure out. Yes, Chewy. I did know that. You do need a separate board to make the Big Tree Tech Pi work with CANBUS. Full adapter board. Yes, what I'm because you didn't, yeah. Well, but you got to remember the Big Tree Tech Pi board is a Pi board. It is not meant for 3D printers alone. It is a project board that can be used for multiple things, one of which being 3D printers. Okay, so we're going to try and get back to where we were, which was at least getting the M5P recognized, and then we can get the other piece recognized. Okay, so we've got that. Now we need to flash the CAN boot and Clippers. So we're going to do the whole boot reset, release reset, then boot. And we've got a board in DFU mode. And rather than CAN boot, we're going to go to, the hell were we in? Catapult. And its output was catapult. It did its thing. We'll reset it and then put it back in DFU mode. So reset. Back in DFU mode. We'll do our Klipper. It does its thing. Reset it. LSUSB again. And we've got a device that is a CAN adapter. Yay, yay, yay. Bus 1, device 9. We have the CAN bus on Raspberry Pi. We'll run our CANBUS query. And we do get a Clipper ID C3E8. We'll do a restart, and our board's back up. So we're good. We're back to this level. Do a few package upgrades. Yeah, that's the nice thing about that. That's the one nice thing about this is it's easy enough to quickly and easily redo, right? And the one nice thing with the UTC board is you have one connector you can unplug, and you unplug the power and everything else to the board up top. So I'm gonna grab my USB connector. Just trying to get the 4-pin connector off is kind of at the top is kind of a pain in the butt. Doable, but a pain in the butt. Because it's got 24-volt power, I don't want to do it with it powered on. But it's either take the connector off at the top or turn it off and remove the connectors at the bottom. And I'm curious on the M5P or any of the Manta series boards, because I noticed a comment on the words are so hard sometimes. A comment on the esoterical page that at least with the octopus boards that you still needed a transceiver, like a waveshare transceiver or something for the CANBUS. So it's like you have the CAN high-low, but you still need a transceiver to send. And I was like, that makes no sense. Not yet, Modlight, but we can get ready. I thought Westery wasn't going live until 4. That's why I've been kind of holding off. If she's live now, let me know. What I'm doing right now, Modlight, is I just redid the CANBUS, and I've got it talking to the And audio is restored. Thank you for the comment to let me know that you lost audio. Nope, it was me. It was batteries died. Okay, so we're powered off. I think what I'm going to want to do is fight myself because that's the best way to do it, obviously. I'm just going to remove the connectors at the power switch. Easier said than done. All right, power connectors are off for the EBB36. Back over onto its feet. And connect it via the USB cable. Apply power again. I was asking if Westery was live because I didn't think she was going live until 4. If she is live, then we can jump over there and I will continue to work this behind the scenes. Or we can just continue to work this while we're waiting. So we're back up, and once again, it's able to talk to the Manta board. What I thought she said was 4-ish, so the Manta board's done. Now we want to do the EBB36. So we're going to run through the processes again. But for the EBB36, we're going to use Catapult. So we're going to CD Catapult. Make menu config. We're good for now. She isn't on. Okay. I want to go back to the EBB36 board information here. So SIM32, B0B1, We're not going to deploy. Clock reference is 8 megahertz. We're going to talk over the CANBUS eventually, so that's what we want. There's a part of me that says, does it go for... Bear with me. Klipper USB to CAN bus bridge. The second way of connecting CAN network is to use the printer mainboard itself. All right, Monlight. Sorry, I'm reading. So it sounds like they're, like the Octopus has an RJ11 port, which has a CAN transceiver, but there's other boards that have a CAN port, but may still require a CAN transceiver module to get things to work. Yeah, and that's what I saw, was that little wave share transceiver board. This actually says don't roll the CAN high-low pairs, and I'm pretty sure I've always had to roll them, but CANBUS PB0, PB1. Dang it. Okay, we're getting the make going for this. And before I forget, we're going to remove the jumper from there and put the jumper on there. Oh, by the way, interrupt. Hey, thanks for letting me know who you are. Okay, so catapult's done. We're going to CD over to Klipper. We're going to do that one now. So make menu config for an EBB36. It's M32 GB01. Bootloader offset is no bootloader. 8 megahertz crystal. CANBUS is PB0, PB1. 1,000,000. Q. Yes. Make clean. Make. Okay. So now we've got our CANBUS, or actually, yeah, our catapult and Klipper ready to go again. We need to put our tool head in DFU mode. So boot, reset, release, boot. So boot, reset, release, boot. LS-USB. We see one in DFU mode and one standard. Do DFU util A0-D catapult out catapult.bin defuse-address blah blah force leave easy now. Oh, that may be an issue. Now, file downloaded. I want to do an LS-USB. The board's gone away. We're going to put it back in DFU mode. We've got the board back in DFU mode. But this is where I think I'm going to switch. And this is where we're going to differ. So standard stem directions say flash it with CANBUS and then turn around and flash with Klipper before you've set up and done any of your wiring. Where before I flashed with CANBUS, not been in DFU mode, and then did it over the CANBUS. So what I'm going to do now is shut down the Pi. Shut down the Pi. Turn the printer off. Disconnect. Take this and move it over to the 120 ohm resistor. Just going to move this all the way around and put it up on its top. Do this. Set it out of the way for a moment. Plug back in our power cables. In the esoteric directions, which I've followed in the past for the other ones, actually says high to high and low to low. So let me get those put in the right spot again. So highs on the right, lows on the left. So I do need to roll these again. And locking tabs keep running away from me. High to high, low to low, 120 resistor on both ends. Power it on in place. We're going to run a slightly different command because I want to see if it shows up on the CANBUS before I do any Klipper install on it. Restart session. BQ. Do an IF config. We've got a CANBUS up. If I do an LSUSB, I see one controller, not two. Okay. Let's do a Python script to query the CANBUS. See what we can come up with. Setting all bootloader mode IDs, checking for catapult nodes, query complete, no catapult nodes whatsoever. We have a CAN bus. We could see the board, the MCU. MCU is still being recognized, but we can't see it. Ooh, 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 ooh. We're only seeing one CAN adapter. And I think I know why. Because this I don't think is seen as a CAN adapter anymore because we've installed Klipper on it. Because the board, when we first did it, was bus 1 device 9. Now it's bus 1 device 3. But why are we not seeing anything on the CANBUS though? That's the interesting thing, because we should do this and we should find CANBUS stuff. So we're going to try something. Let's do tilde / whippy-env in Python. It finds no UUIDs. I'm confused. I just like, I guess I can't tell if it's my CANBUS network that's not up and running right or what the deal is. Transmitted packets, I've received packets. Just did another query. So I did a query on the CANBUS. You would think that the CANBUS would have sent more packets, and it didn't. Okay, folks. We're going to see if Westery's up and running, and if so, we'll raid over there, and I'll have to keep looking into this. And she is up and running, so I'm going to go ahead and get a raid started. I will have to keep looking into this, and we will revisit this again on Tuesday and figure out, hopefully between now and then, what we need to do to make the magic happen. So thanks for being here, everybody, and we will see you guys on Tuesday. So once again, thanks for being here. Thanks for everything that you did today, for hanging out with me on a Saturday. Sorry, I knew software was going to be fun. I've yet to get a CANBUS to work. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bang, right the first time. So thanks for hanging out with me. We'll get there. And I'm going to go ahead and get that raid started. Let's go over raid my sister from another mister and show her some love. And we will see you guys again on Tuesday, and I'll have this figured out by then. Thanks a lot, everybody. Have a good weekend.